There's a silent agreement between you and the quantum field, and it's active right now. It's not written in words. It's not based on your goals, your affirmations, or the vision board you put together last week. This agreement is ancient, timeless, precise, and it's encoded in the one thing you carry with you everywhere you go, your energetic signature. You might believe your future is something you create. You might think it's something you wait for. But here's the uncomfortable truth. The universe is not delivering your future. Not because you're blocked, not because you're not worthy, but because it's still responding to a version of you that refuses to collapse. Right now, everything you've ever desired, the life, the breakthrough, the radical shift, already exists in a field of probabilities. It's not an idea. It's not a metaphor. It's physics. Quantum mechanics tells us that until something is observed, until it's witnessed, chosen, collapsed, it remains a possibility. The same principle applies to your personal timeline. And unless you collapse the echoes of who you used to be, the regrets, the identities, the beliefs, the wounds, you are keeping yourself in quantum inertia. You're not stuck because your future isn't real. You're stuck because your past is still alive inside you. And here's the twist. It's not behind you. It's around you. It's shaping the way people respond to you. It's defining the energy you emit. And it's influencing what the universe can and cannot bring into your field. This is what we call the collapse effect. It's not a mindset. It's not motivation. It's a process that begins the moment you understand the game you're actually playing with reality. Because reality is not responding to your dreams. It's responding to your signal. In this series, you're going to see that the future doesn't begin tomorrow. It begins the moment you collapse everything that no longer fits. And that's not a poetic phrase. It's a quantum law. Over the next 4 hours, we're going to break this down in a way you've never heard before. Not through abstract concepts, not through spiritual platitudes, but through deeply structured, reality-based mechanics that connect the deepest layers of quantum science, consciousness, emotional processing, and time perception to how you actually live. We're going to examine the role of quantum inertia, the hidden force that keeps you living old loops without realizing it. We'll expose the reasons why your future possibilities delay, hover, and orbit until you disrupt the gravitational pull of your past. You'll learn what it really means to collapse a timeline and why most people unknowingly reject the next level by staying loyal to who they used to be. You'll discover that identity is not fixed. It's a permission slip. And the version of you that's been chasing alignment has actually been standing in the way of it. Through this session, you'll move through a full spectrum breakdown of what it takes to actually step into a new frequency, a new field, and a new life. You'll be challenged to look at your memories differently, to interact with your thoughts differently, to stop believing that time heals all wounds, and instead, to realize that collapse heals what time cannot. Each teaching will build on the last. You'll be shown how energy moves, how fields respond, and how timelines bend, not for those who hope, but for those who collapse. We begin with one question. If the universe is ready to deliver everything you asked for, why is it still waiting? The clock ticks. You journal your goals. You meditate. You hold your vision. You do everything the personal development world tells you to do. And yet, the shift doesn't come. The breakthrough doesn't arrive. The future still feels delayed. It's not that you aren't trying. It's not that you don't believe. You've even had moments of alignment, brief, electric flashes, where it felt like everything was moving in sync. But somehow, those moments evaporate. Reality collapses back into the same loop. And so you ask the question that has haunted millions in silence. What am I missing? The answer begins here. The universe is not ignoring you. It is responding to an open instruction set, one that was written not by your desires, but by the patterns you haven't collapsed. Let's break this wide open. In quantum physics, until a particle is observed, it exists in a superposition, a state where all probabilities are true at once. It is only when observed, only when attention collapses the wave, that the particle takes a position in space-time. This is not mysticism. This is verified quantum behavior. Now imagine this principle not as something happening in a lab, but something playing out in your day-to-day existence. Your thoughts, your emotional residue, your energetic identity. All of these are signals sent to the field, and the field responds with experiences, people, and timelines that match those signals. But here's the catch. You might be asking for something new, while still broadcasting the frequency of something old. And the quantum field, it doesn't speak English. It speaks coherence. The field listens not to what you say, but to what you are. If you're still entangled with the past, through wounds, habits, emotional signatures, or identity constructs, you haven't collapsed those possibilities. They're still floating, still vibrating, still active. That's why your next level is delayed. The future doesn't land just because you ask. It lands when the field detects that the version of you capable of receiving it is now the dominant frequency. And that requires collapse. Let's clarify that word, collapse. In the quantum world, collapse refers to the reduction of a wave function, when a system stops being a probability and becomes a specific outcome. In the human world, collapse is the energetic death of a pattern that no longer fits. Until that collapse occurs, the system remains in flux. You remain split, half-rooted in the past, half-reaching for the future. And in that contradiction, the universe waits, not because it's testing you, not because it's withholding, but because it cannot and will not override your dominant state. It's loyal to you, even when you're not. So the question now becomes, what are you still holding that must collapse? It might be a belief system, one that served you when you were surviving, but that now keeps you small. It might be a pattern of emotional reaction, one that protects you from rejection, but also keeps you invisible. It might be your identity itself, the way you define your worth, your role, your limitations. Each of these holds quantum weight, and they keep certain realities, the ones you say you're done with, alive in your field. You cannot move forward while broadcasting an outdated signal. The universe is not confused. It's calibrated, and it's precise. This is not punishment. It's physics. The field cannot reflect what isn't present. So if you feel stuck, the place to look isn't ahead. It's behind and within. What timelines are still open? What emotions are still looping? What mental constructs are still running without your permission? Because that's what the field is reading, and that's what it's mirroring back to you. This brings us to the silent trap, quantum limbo, a space where nothing fully collapses, where the past lingers, where the future orbits, and where the present feels like a repetition of something that should have already ended. That's where most people are, not because they lack tools or insight, but because they haven't been taught that consciousness is an active quantum influence. That awareness isn't passive. That healing isn't about waiting, it's about interrupting. So if you've ever wondered why life seems stuck on repeat, why your breakthroughs don't land, why your future feels just out of reach, the answer is simple. Your signal hasn't changed enough to collapse the old timeline. Next, we will explore this limbo state in full detail. We will dissect how probability waves become prisons, and how subtle forms of energetic indecision keep you living in the past without realizing it. We're about to reveal the invisible glue holding your current reality in place, even when you swear you're ready for change. We call this quantum limbo, and it's more common than you think. But once you see it, you can collapse it. Let's continue. There's a moment, quiet, unassuming, that occurs when you wake up and feel like you've lived this day before. Not literally, but in rhythm, in energy, in outcome. You go through the motions, the patterns. You say you want change. You make the declarations. You affirm. You write. You visualize. But under it all, reality feels unchanged. This is not a lack of effort. This is not a personal failure. It's a quantum state. And it has a name, limbo. Quantum limbo is not procrastination. It's not indecision. It is the energetic phenomenon of a timeline that refuses to collapse. And when a timeline refuses to collapse, your present becomes a probability trap. Let's make this tangible. In the realm of quantum physics, every moment, every experience, is part of a superposition. Multiple outcomes exist simultaneously, but only one becomes real when observed, felt, and committed to. Until then, you're surrounded by floating timelines. Some are tied to your wounds, others to your fantasies, a few to the version of you that never made it past that heartbreak or failure. As long as those timelines stay alive in your energetic field, your present state becomes a reflection of conflict, not forward motion, not expansion, just stasis, disguised as routine. Now here's the catch. You can't escape quantum limbo through action alone, and that's where most people get trapped. They try to force movement. They change jobs, change cities, change relationships, but nothing feels different. Because action without collapse leads to repetition. The frequency didn't shift. The timeline didn't collapse. The field didn't update. So the universe responds the only way it can, by looping the signal it's still receiving. It's like updating your resume, but never submitting it. The future never gets the signal. Quantum limbo is fed by three primary energies: unfinished emotional feedback loops, uncollapsed identities, energetic contradiction between desire and belief. Let's break each one down. First, unfinished emotional loops. When you experience pain, rejection, betrayal, or loss, and you don't fully process it, the emotion doesn't disappear. It becomes trapped in your system. That emotional energy vibrates within your field, and since the field is always listening, it uses that frequency as data for what you're ready to receive. You might say you want love, but the unresolved grief from your last relationship says you're still in mourning. The field can't override that signal. Second, uncollapsed identities. You are made up of layers, and many of those layers were formed in response to pain. You became the achiever, the people-pleaser, the survivor, the skeptic, all as adaptations. But when those versions of you aren't collapsed, they continue to dictate your decisions, even when they no longer fit your current desires. You may want freedom, but the identity that was built to stay safe is still holding the controls. And the quantum field is responding to that version, not the one you're trying to step into. Third, energetic contradiction. Desire and belief are not always aligned. You might want to be successful, but if you still believe success will isolate you, you are sending contradictory data to the field, and contradictory data keeps you in limbo. It's like pressing the gas and the brake at the same time. You don't go anywhere, and then you blame the road. So how does one escape quantum limbo? It begins with energetic honesty. You must be willing to identify where you're still broadcasting outdated emotions, identities, or beliefs, even subtly. Limbo thrives in subtlety. It's quiet, comfortable, predictable. It makes you feel safe while slowly convincing you that you're evolving. But you're not. You're orbiting around the same timelines, the same lessons, the same frequencies. And until collapse occurs, that orbit won't stop. Let's bring this into sharper focus. When you remain in a state of quantum indecision, you fragment your energy. Part of you is leaning forward, part of you is anchored backward, and part of you is frozen in protective neutrality. This fragmentation creates noise in your field, and the universe doesn't interpret noise. It responds to clarity. So the absence of a clear signal delays the delivery of your future. You're still floating, still vibrating, still undecided, even if your words say otherwise. Escaping quantum limbo is not about pushing forward. It's about choosing collapse, not just of a belief, not just of an emotion, but of an entire identity pattern that was constructed for a timeline you've already outgrown. That collapse, that signal of closure, sends a ripple into the field. It tells the quantum universe, this timeline is no longer active. Now we're ready for something else. Next, we will explore the hidden engine behind this stuckness, a force that makes sure the past repeats unless interrupted, a force more pervasive than trauma, more persistent than fear, and more invisible than most people ever notice. It's not your mindset. It's not your environment. It's not even your memories. It's quantum inertia. And once you understand it, you'll begin to see why collapse is not optional. It's required. Let's move forward. There's a force that holds you in place. It's not emotional. It's not psychological. It's structural. It is built into the quantum mechanics of your existence. It works silently. It does not need your permission. And it's been shaping your reality every day, without you knowing it. This force is called quantum inertia. Just like physical inertia resists motion, quantum inertia resists transition. It is the energetic tendency of a timeline, once formed, to remain in motion, even if that timeline no longer serves your evolution. When you experience something repeatedly, whether it's an emotion, a belief, a habit, or a self-image, it gains density in your field. It becomes a trajectory, a pattern of possibility that has collapsed so many times. It begins to operate like gravity. It pulls you back, again and again, into familiar outcomes. You think you're choosing, but you're often reacting to the momentum of what has already been. Quantum inertia is why people struggle to shift, even when their minds are ready, even when they say the right affirmations, even when they have the tools, because the energy of their past experiences is still moving, still active, still collapsing into the present moment by default. Let's go deeper. Every time you make a decision, the field records that vibration. That vibration creates a feedback loop. The more you repeat that loop in thought, feeling, and behavior, the more that frequency stabilizes. Eventually, that loop becomes a pattern, and that pattern becomes a probability, and that probability collapses so many times. It becomes your norm, not because it's true, but because it's been reinforced. Quantum inertia is what keeps old timelines alive, even when they no longer match your current intentions. It's the reason why someone who says they're ready for love keeps pushing people away. It's the reason why someone with a clear vision still repeats old financial patterns. It's the reason why, no matter how much inner work is done, something still feels stuck. That stuckness isn't always trauma. It's not always sabotage. Sometimes it's just inertia. Let's simplify the model. Think of reality as a series of energetic ruts, grooves in space-time created by repeated choices and emotional frequencies. Quantum inertia is what keeps you driving in those grooves, even when a new road is available. It doesn't matter that the future is open. The vehicle of your consciousness is still following the most familiar track, and unless something disrupts that momentum, it continues, unchallenged, unquestioned, unchanged. This is why collapse is so vital. Collapse is the only mechanism that halts the forward motion of an outdated pattern. It stops the groove. It clears the frequency. It tells the field, we're no longer continuing that loop. Here's the core truth. Quantum inertia is not personal. It's mechanical. It applies to everyone, but only those who recognize it can begin to break it. You must become the interrupter of your own patterns, not with willpower, not with effort, but with precision. You must identify the grooves that are no longer aligned and stop feeding them. This means more than awareness. It means deactivation. You stop talking like the old you. You stop reacting like the old you. You stop participating in the emotional economies of outdated timelines. And as you do, the pattern slows. The inertia weakens. The collapse begins. Quantum inertia explains why the past isn't behind you. It's alive in you now. It shows up in how you interpret feedback, in how quickly you contract, in how often you default to protection instead of expansion. And this is crucial to understand. The universe doesn't break inertia for you. It waits for your signal. That signal is collapse. And that collapse is not an idea. It is an energetic decision that says, this timeline has reached completion. Until that decision is made, the field continues to deliver experiences that match the previous groove. Even if your intentions have changed, even if your desires are pure, the field doesn't respond to desire. It responds to consistency. So here's the question to ask now. What loops have you kept alive through repetition? What parts of your past are still steering your perception? What versions of you have not been decommissioned? Because as long as they're active, inertia is active, and your timeline cannot evolve. Next, we will explore how the past itself continues to echo inside your energetic field. We reveal how the past isn't a memory, it's a presence, and how that presence creates patterns that feel like fate, but are simply feedback. We call these echoes in the field, and they are stronger than memory, because they shape how you feel before you think. Let's move forward. You've made the choice. You've decided to grow, to heal, to shift. You've written it, spoken it. meditated on it. And yet, the same types of people show up. The same resistance arises. The same emotional tones return when no one's watching. You start wondering, am I doing something wrong? The answer is deeper than right or wrong. You're not doing something wrong, but something old is still doing you. That something is not your trauma. It's not your habits. It's not even your past. It's your uncollapsed energetic field, filled with echoes. These echoes are not memories. They are live signals. They don't remind you of who you were. They reconstruct the reality in which that version of you still exists. And that reconstruction is so convincing, it feels like fate. Let's break this down. When you go through a significant event, especially one charged with emotion, your system records more than what happened. It records who you were during the experience, your energetic posture, your unconscious beliefs, your emotional frequency. That recording becomes an energetic node in your field, a packet of unresolved energy that keeps vibrating quietly. And unless collapsed, that node keeps emitting the same frequency back into the quantum field. The field, as always, reflects what it receives. So you keep encountering experiences that match what hasn't been resolved. That's not punishment. That's pattern recognition. This is why no amount of mindset work can override a live echo. Because mindset changes thought. Echoes change timelines. And the field doesn't respond to thought. It responds to field coherence. The echo effect explains why people say, you attract the same lessons until you learn them. That's not a metaphor. It's literal. Your energetic field emits unresolved signals until collapse occurs. And those signals generate synchronicities, behaviors, and emotional patterns, not by logic, but by resonance. The problem is most people try to solve resonance with reasoning. You cannot outthink an echo. You can only collapse it. Let's say, for example, you experienced abandonment, not just once, but repeatedly. Each time, you created new protective behaviors. Each time, you suppressed the pain just enough to keep functioning. But that suppression didn't delete the energy. It simply moved it into your field. And that field now broadcasts unprocessed loss. Even if you're smiling, even if you're successful, people don't consciously see it. But energetically, they read it. And your reality reflects it. You end up attracting emotionally unavailable connections, situations that confirm your invisibility, and responses that match the very thing you wanted to heal. Not because you're stuck, but because your field is filled with uncollapsed echoes. Now let's look at another example, not emotional, but behavioral. You once had to shrink to survive. You made yourself smaller to avoid conflict. You edited your truth to keep the peace. That behavior encoded a signal, and that signal, though unconscious, built a frequency in your field. You think you've changed. You use stronger words. You set boundaries. You express yourself better. But people still don't hear you, or they misinterpret you, or they dismiss your words. This is not coincidence. This is resonance. Until the energetic blueprint of shrinking is collapsed from your field, the world will continue to reflect it, even when your words don't. This is why personal change feels impossible, because people only shift the outer layers, behavior, thought, intention, while the inner field remains entangled with the past. That entanglement is the echo. It binds you to a timeline you swore you left, but in truth, you never closed the loop. So what does collapse look like in this context? It looks like dismantling the energetic node, not by analyzing it, but by confronting the feeling fully, with no avoidance, no story, no defense. The field doesn't care about your analysis. It cares about your coherence. The moment you allow a stored echo to complete its frequency, through full, present moment allowance, it begins to dissolve. The node weakens. The loop breaks. The echo fades. Collapse has occurred. And with that collapse comes freedom, not from your past, but from the pattern that kept it alive. Your reality is not repeating because you're cursed. It's repeating because your field is. And that field will continue to echo until you collapse the nodes that no longer serve you. Once you do, you begin to send a new signal, not just consciously, but quantum mechanically, and the field will hear it, and it will respond. Next, we will examine a phenomenon far more subtle than the echo itself, and far more dangerous. It is the observer trap, the unconscious act of freezing your own reality just by witnessing it through the wrong lens. It's not your memory that's the problem. It's your attention. Let's go deeper. Every moment, you are observing something. Your life, your emotions, your reactions, your choices. You are interpreting, analyzing, projecting. And in that act of observation, you are doing more than understanding reality. You are freezing it. The observer effect in quantum physics shows us that the act of observation collapses a probability into an outcome. It determines what becomes real. But what happens when the observer is tainted? What happens when the lens you use to look at your life is still shaped by the very story you are trying to escape? You're not just collapsing reality. You're freezing your pain into permanence. You're turning an old frequency into a fresh outcome, over and over again. And it feels like life won't let you evolve. But in truth, it's your observation that refuses to change. Let's get clinical. Observation is not neutral. It carries context. It carries intention. It carries bias. When you observe your life through the lens of past pain, your observation is not clean. It is colored by history. So even if something new begins to arise, your mind doesn't see it. It sees the past. It protects itself. And it collapses a familiar outcome just in case. This is the observer trap. You think you're being cautious, but you're being complicit in the recreation of the very loop you want to escape. Here's how this shows up. You start a new opportunity, but you still watch for signs that you'll be rejected. You meet someone new, but you scan their behavior through the lens of betrayal. You make progress, but you keep evaluating it using old standards, the metrics of a version of you that no longer exists. The result? Every new timeline is filtered through an outdated lens, and that lens collapses the same probability over and over again. Not because you didn't change, but because your observation didn't. This is where many people stall. They do the inner work. They say the affirmations. They even begin to shift their behaviors. But their attention remains oriented toward the familiar. They observe for threats. They observe for patterns. They expect to see what they've always seen, and so they do. The field has no choice but to deliver it. Why? Because the field doesn't deliver based on what's true. It delivers based on what's observed. If you observe from fear, the field will reflect fear. If you observe from protection, the field will deliver something to protect against. If you observe from wholeness, the field will show you more of it. Observation is the mechanism that tells the quantum field what to collapse. So when your attention is oriented toward threat, rejection, or abandonment, you are instructing the field to bring you more of it, not because you want it, but because you observed it. This is where a powerful shift must occur. You must stop watching for what used to happen and begin witnessing what's trying to emerge, not with hope, not with force, but with neutrality. When you observe neutrally, without expectation, fear, or narrative, you allow new probabilities to stay open longer. You create a space in the field for something unfamiliar to unfold. This is the collapse method no one teaches. Non-reactive attention. It is not passive. It is powerful, because it allows the field to reorganize without being prematurely collapsed by your fear. The observer trap is not about blame. It's about mechanics. You've been collapsing reality through wounded attention, not because you're broken, but because you're human. Now that you see it, you can stop. You can begin to observe from presence, rather than protection. You can stop slicing the field with your assumptions. You can hold space for probabilities that feel uncomfortable, but necessary. And in doing so, you give your future a place to land. Next, we will show you exactly how to use this power, not just to avoid freezing the past, but to collapse what no longer serves. You're going to discover that letting go is not emotional. It is quantum mechanical, and you already have the instrument required, your attention. Collapse is not a mystery. It's a skill. Let's move forward. Letting go has become a buzzword. People throw it around like advice. Just let go. Release the past. Move on. But no one ever tells you how. And more importantly, No one tells you what letting go actually does at the quantum level. Here's the truth most miss entirely. Letting go is not a feeling. It's not a mindset. It's not forgiveness. It's collapse. You are not letting go for emotional closure. You are collapsing a field. You are deactivating a frequency. You are removing an energetic instruction that keeps calling the past into the present. That's not metaphor. It's quantum physics. Every time you remember a painful moment, you re-enter its frequency. Every time you emotionally charge that memory with fresh meaning, you reinforce it in the field. And every time you define yourself through that memory, even unconsciously, you instruct the quantum field to respond accordingly. This is why letting go through logic doesn't work. You might mentally accept what happened. You might even talk about it in calm tones. But unless the energetic instruction in your field has been neutralized, the memory is still active. The field cannot ignore it, because it's still reading it, still collapsing around it, still organizing experiences to mirror it. So when people say they've let go, but still feel stuck, what they've usually done is suppress, not collapse. Suppression is invisible to the mind, but loud to the field. Collapse, however, is unmistakable. It doesn't just remove an emotional charge, it ends the pattern that was feeding it. Now let's talk about the ritual of collapse. Not in ceremony, not in tradition, but in mechanism. Collapse happens in 3 phases. 1. Direct observation without story. 2. Energetic confrontation without resistance. 3. Detachment from identity merge. Let's walk through each. First, direct observation without story. This means you witness the stored energy, not through memory, but through presence. You drop the narrative. You drop the interpretation. You drop the meaning. And you feel what's there, exactly as it is, without trying to understand it. This is difficult at first, because the mind is addicted to interpretation. But interpretation feeds identity, and identity keeps the pattern alive. Direct observation is simple, but radical. You feel the grief. You feel the rage. You feel the powerlessness, without trying to make it make sense. In that moment, you've interrupted the loop. Second, energetic confrontation without resistance. Now you allow the emotion to peak. You stop managing it. You stop labeling it. You stop trying to calm it. Why? Because any attempt to regulate an emotion still assumes it is dangerous, and that assumption reinforces its presence in the field. Collapse requires that you trust the emotion to complete its cycle. Fully, messily, honestly. You don't become the emotion, but you don't suppress it either. You allow it to rise, to climax, to burn through the body. And once that emotional wave completes without resistance, the charge dissipates. The node weakens. Collapse begins. Third, detachment from identity merge. Here's where most people get stuck. They collapse the emotion, but stay merged with the identity. They stop crying, but still think like the version of them who suffered. They get over the pain, but keep the protection strategy. They move on, but keep proving a point to people who aren't even watching. Collapse isn't finished until the identity goes too. This means you stop needing to be the betrayed one. You stop telling your story through the lens of what happened. You stop seeking significance through the survival. Because if the identity stays, the timeline stays. Detaching from the identity doesn't erase the wisdom. It just releases the tether. And once the tether is released, the past no longer has energetic permission to project into the present. Here's the paradox. You can't force collapse, but you must choose it. Collapse happens when all 3 layers align. Your attention stops reinforcing the story. Your emotion completes its frequency, and your identity releases the need to be defined by it. When that convergence happens, something breaks open. It's not dramatic. It's not loud, but you feel it. You feel lighter. You feel disoriented. You feel space in your field where noise used to be. That space is the vacuum the future has been waiting for. The field cannot pour something new into a container that's still full of echoes. Collapse creates room. Collapse also explains why some people spontaneously shift after years of nothing. It's not random. They simply, even unknowingly, allowed a full collapse to occur. And once it did, reality changed. Not because they earned it, but because they matched it. You don't attract your future through will. You collapse the past through precision. And what remains is a timeline that can finally begin. Next, we will explore why this collapse is not optional. Why the universe, no matter how generous, cannot deliver your next reality while your old ones remain undecided. Your future isn't avoiding you. It's orbiting, waiting for clearance to land. Let's move forward. There's a timeline, right now, circling your field. It contains everything you've asked for. It's built, it's structured, it's fully formed. But it's not landing. Not because it's not available. Not because you're not ready. But because the signal hasn't cleared. Your past is still taking up space on the runway. In quantum terms, this is simple. All potential futures exist in the field. They're not created, they're selected. But selection can only occur when contradiction has been removed. And contradiction is always rooted in an undecided past. Let's clarify what undecided means. It does not mean confused. It does not mean uncertain. It means incomplete. A timeline is undecided when it hasn't been closed, energetically, emotionally, or identity-wise. And as long as it's open, it continues sending mixed signals to the field. This is not spiritual symbolism. It's coherent science. Coherence means your system is broadcasting a singular, harmonized frequency. The field responds to that. The moment your field is broadcasting multiple, competing frequencies, the field pauses. Not because it's punishing you, but because it's still waiting for clarity. Let's make this real. You say you're ready to love again, but the field still picks up betrayal, still picks up the protection strategy, still picks up the emotional vow, never again. You say you're ready to step into success, but your field still holds the fear of visibility, still echoes the shame of a past failure, still emits a signal. Safe is better than seen. The future timeline is not in conflict. You are, and that conflict creates delay. Not in time, but in space. The timeline is orbiting your field, waiting for the green light, waiting for energetic permission. And it will keep waiting until your current identity, beliefs, and emotions are aligned with the version of you who can receive it without collapse. This explains why so many people feel like their manifestations are almost here. Because they are. They're not blocked. They're not lost. They're orbiting. And orbiting timelines don't disappear. They degrade. Meaning, if you don't collapse the interference, the timeline loses momentum. The signal weakens. The coherence fades. And the opportunity, once so close, slips out of frequency range. You didn't lose it. You just didn't match it. And the universe can't override your field. So what creates matching? Closure. Closure is not emotional relief. It is energetic finality. You close a timeline by collapsing its emotional residue, its identity grip, and its field imprint. Until all three are cleared, the field has no stable place to project the new timeline. That's why it almost becomes chronic. People get close, but not clear. So the future stays near, but never lands. You are the air traffic controller of your field, and the future will not crash its way into your life. It waits for clearance. It waits for collapse. It waits for signal coherence. Until then, it stays airborne, just close enough to feel real, just far enough to never arrive. So how do you grant that clearance? You stop entertaining timelines that are no longer yours. You stop reacting from a place that no longer fits. You stop living in memories as if they're still data. You close the loops. You stop apologizing to ghosts. You stop re-explaining what's already over. You decide, not just mentally, but vibrationally, that the old frequency is no longer authorized to define you. And that decision is the clearance the future has been waiting for. Next, we will examine why, even when the signal is clear, your internal wiring tries to pull you back. Why your biology, your very brain, clings to the known, even when the known is a prison. It's not because you're weak. It's because the loop has become chemically comfortable. Let's explore the brain's addiction to yesterday and what it means for your timeline. You're not resisting change. Your nervous system is. You're not afraid of the future. Your brain is addicted to the past. And that addiction is not symbolic. It's chemical. It's structural. It's embedded in the way your biology protects you from collapse, even if that collapse would lead to freedom. This is one of the most overlooked elements in understanding why timelines stall. Because even when your soul is aligned with the next version of your life, even when your field begins to clear, even when the future gets close enough to feel real, your brain, if left unchecked, will do everything in its power to drag you back into familiarity. And it won't feel like sabotage. It will feel like safety. Let's decode the mechanics. The human brain is a pattern recognition machine. It conserves energy by repeating what it already knows. Every thought, every feeling, every behavior creates a neurochemical trail. The more often the trail is followed, the more efficient the pathway becomes. This is known as neuroplastic reinforcement. And while it's the brain's way of helping you survive, it's also the very reason you feel stuck. Because once a pattern becomes biologically efficient, it doesn't matter how much you know better. The system will default to the well-traveled road, the one that feels familiar, even if it's painful. This default is not sabotage. It's a self-preservation loop. And unless interrupted, it becomes a quantum lock, a neurological frequency that your field begins to mirror. Let's bring this to life. You experience repeated rejection. Your brain responds by producing cortisol. Your nervous system learns to associate vulnerability with threat. Eventually, opening up, even to safe people, triggers a stress response. This becomes your internal loop. Now you attempt to manifest love. You set intentions. You feel aligned. But when the opportunity arises, your brain fires the old loop. Your body constricts. Your tone changes. Your field emits conflict. You don't mean to. You're not trying to sabotage. You're locked in a loop that is chemically optimized for the known. And the known, to your brain, is what kept you alive. Quantum locks form when neurobiological patterns sync with energetic repetition. That sync creates magnetic stability, not the kind that draws in your desires, but the kind that holds the past in place. And because the brain loves repetition, it will continue firing the same emotional states long after the events have passed. This is why grief lingers without closure. This is why resentment continues even after forgiveness. This is why you wake up thinking about things you swore you let go of. Your body is recreating the chemistry of the past, and the field is responding in kind. The result? Your brain and the quantum field begin working together, but not in your favor. They mirror and reinforce one another. Loop feeds lock. Lock reinforces loop. And the cycle repeats. This is the threshold where most transformation efforts die. Because people don't account for the biological pull of familiarity. They believe they lack willpower, or clarity, or motivation. But what they're really fighting is neurological gravity. A gravitational pull towards sameness, chemically coded into the body. To break this gravity, you don't need to think harder. You need to collapse the loop at the level of state. This means identifying the emotional frequency your brain is addicted to, and systematically depriving it of reinforcement. It is energetic detox. And like any detox, withdrawal is part of the process. Your brain will panic, not because you're in danger, but because you're no longer feeding its comfort chemistry. When you stop reinforcing the shame loop, your mind will try to recreate it. When you stop engaging with resentment, it will tempt you with stories to reactivate it. When you resist the pull to revisit old wounds, your system may even create new situations just to trigger the same chemical release. This is not a glitch. It's withdrawal. And once you recognize it, you don't fall for it. You don't obey the urge to spiral. You don't indulge the need to reactivate the pattern. You sit still and you refuse to feed the loop. This is where neurological discipline meets quantum transformation. You retrain the brain by denying it the payoff of the past. You stop flooding your body with yesterday's emotions. And over time, those well-worn neural pathways begin to decay. They lose dominance. They lose priority. And new roads begin to form. When the new roads begin to stabilize, your field updates. It detects that the old identity no longer has chemical backing. And that's when reality begins to shift. Because the quantum field cannot collapse around a loop that is no longer biologically supported. Here's the key to remember. Your future isn't just waiting on energetic alignment. It's waiting on neurological permission. And that permission won't come through words or affirmations. It comes when your brain stops firing the same emotional signature, and your field stops echoing it. When that moment arrives, your entire reality begins to realign. Next, we will expose the root structure behind the loop, the core framework that keeps your identity fixed in place. You'll see that it's not your beliefs holding you back. It's your loyalty to a version of you that has already expired. It's time to look at who you think you are, and why that person is the reason nothing new is arriving. Let's continue. You believe you know who you are. You've built a story around it. You've worked hard to refine it, to own it, to heal it. And that identity, that polished, resilient, self-aware version of you, is now the very reason your life won't change. Not because it's bad, not because it's broken, but because it's known. And what's known is fixed. What's fixed doesn't evolve. And what doesn't evolve can't collapse. You think your identity is a foundation, but in quantum mechanics, identity is a frequency lock. It holds a specific energetic pattern, and that pattern keeps certain timelines possible and others out of reach. When you stay attached to a particular version of yourself, you stabilize your field. You create predictability. You create familiarity, but you also create limits, because the field isn't responding to your potential. It's responding to who you're currently being. And as long as yourself is aligned with old strategies, old stories, and old survival roles, the field has no reason to offer anything new. It's still honoring your current broadcast, not your ideal future. Here's the unspoken truth. Most people are loyal to their pain-based identities. The resilient one, the achiever, the abandoned one, the misunderstood one, the spiritual one. These roles were created to cope, to belong, to survive. And in many cases, they did the job well. But their time has passed. And yet, you're still wearing them. Not because you want to, but because you haven't consciously collapsed them. So you keep reasserting the same self into every new situation. And the field keeps giving that version of you exactly what it expects, more of the same. Identity inertia occurs when you unconsciously reinforce who you used to be. Out of habit, out of safety, out of pride. You reference old wounds as proof of strength. You tell stories that subtly cement old limitations. You create narratives that justify why you're still waiting. And you do all of it with the best of intentions. But every time you reinforce that self-image, you're feeding the timeline that person belongs to. You are becoming the lock, and you're wondering why nothing opens. Let's bring this to the root. Every identity carries a frequency. That frequency is made up of thoughts, beliefs, emotions, and expectations. And the field, as always, reads that frequency with perfect accuracy. So even if you're trying to manifest wealth, if you're still identified as someone who never gets support, that frequency creates a contradiction. Even if you're calling in love, if you're still walking through life as someone who's always been too much, the field mirrors that. Even if you're seeking purpose, if your identity is still centered around finding what's missing, you'll stay stuck in search mode indefinitely. The problem isn't your desire, it's who's doing the desiring. To shift reality, you don't just need to act differently. You need to be willing to retire the version of you that isn't aligned with the next timeline. This doesn't mean erasing your story. It means no longer sourcing your signal from it. You thank that version. You acknowledge its function. You honor what it endured. And then you deactivate it. That deactivation is collapse. It's not a ceremony. It's a choice. A moment when you stop defending the identity that made you strong and begin embodying the frequency that will make you free. The collapse of identity is not a loss. It's a signal update. One that tells the quantum field, the operating system has changed. Please respond accordingly. And the field will, because it always does. It's just waiting for you to become the version of you your future requires. Next, we will examine the tug-of-war between your identity and the quantum field. Because once you start to collapse who you've been, the field begins to respond. But so does your ego. You're not just negotiating with energy now. You're negotiating with ghosts. Let's continue. You believe your calling in your future. You're certain you're doing the work. You've aligned your intentions. You've refined your vision. You've even begun collapsing the past. But there's a quiet tug beneath it all. Something subtle. Something familiar. Something persistent. It's the voice that questions whether you're enough. The one that watches every move, waiting to measure, compare, control. The one that disguises fear as logic and calls stagnation stability. That voice isn't the field. It's not your soul. It's your ego, and it's been running your reality longer than you realize. The ego is not a villain. It's not evil. It's not broken. It's mechanical. It is a defense construct, a survival software. It was built to protect you, not to evolve you. And that's exactly the problem. You're trying to evolve, and your ego is trying to preserve. You're trying to change timelines, and the ego is fighting to keep you inside the only reality it knows how to control. Here's what's critical to understand. The ego doesn't care about your desires. It cares about consistency. Not because consistency is right, but because consistency is safe, predictable, navigable. The ego thrives in familiar conditions, even if those conditions are painful. As long as it knows the rules, it feels in control. And when you begin shifting your signal, collapsing your past, and activating new field instructions, the ego doesn't see that as progress. It sees it as threat. This is when self-sabotage enters the picture, not as rebellion, not as laziness, but as a negotiation with your old operating system. Your ego begins to distort your perception. It pulls up memories. It sharpens insecurities. It reroutes your attention to what might go wrong, not because it's trying to punish you, but because it believes you're walking away from what kept you alive. Your expansion feels like death to the part of you designed to keep things small, safe, and predictable, and it will use any tool necessary to restore the previous timeline. It's not resisting you. It's resisting irrelevance. The ego cannot operate in the unknown. It doesn't understand the frequency of becoming. It only understands what already is, and what was. So when you enter the quantum field with a new signal, when you stop looping the old self, when you begin behaving in ways that no longer align with who you used to be, the ego scrambles, because it's losing ground. This is why ego backlash is often strongest after you make a leap, not before. You step into a new pattern. You start to feel possibility. Then suddenly anxiety, doubt, distraction, exhaustion. Why? Because your system just detected that the current identity is no longer getting fed. The ego interprets this starvation as danger, so it activates defense mode. And the easiest way to stop change? Convince you that the change isn't working. This is where many people fold. They mistake ego resistance for energetic misalignment. They assume the field isn't responding, when in fact, it's already begun adjusting. But the ego is louder, so they listen to it. They pull back. They second-guess. They re-enter the familiar, and the field responds accordingly. The future retracts. The loop resumes, and the ego survives another day. Here's the shift that changes everything. You stop trying to negotiate with the ego. You stop trying to convince it. You stop arguing with it. You understand it, and then you override it. How? You stop giving it fuel. The ego lives on attention, on reaction, on validation. Every time you argue with it, you reinforce it. Every time you explain your new path to it, you prove it's still in control. Every time you hesitate because of it, you anchor its position in your field. To transcend the ego's grip, you do something radical. You let it panic. You let it protest. And you act anyway. That act, that movement in the direction of your new timeline, without needing the ego's permission, is collapse. Not of your past, but of the ego's authority over your signal. This isn't bypassing. It's leadership. You're no longer allowing your survival instincts to run your timeline. You're no longer mistaking comfort for clarity. You're no longer reacting to the voice that only knows how to maintain, not evolve. The ego doesn't need to be healed. It needs to be relieved of duty. Its job is over. You are not that version of you anymore. The version that needed the ego's constant watchful eye is no longer in command. And once the field sees that the ego is no longer steering the ship, it begins to deliver what the ego could never have imagined. Next, we will explore what the field truly is, not as a concept, but as a mirror, a responsive intelligence that only reflects what you signal with consistency, not with hope. Let's strip away the mystery and show you how the field works and why it's already giving you feedback every second of every day. Let's keep going. You're not waiting for the universe. The universe is waiting for you. Not for your vision board, not for your meditation, not for your intention. It's waiting for your signal to change. That signal is not what you say. It's not what you want. It's not what you visualize. It's who you're being. And the field mirrors it with absolute precision. The quantum field is not emotional. It doesn't judge you. It doesn't test you. It doesn't ask why you want what you want. It's informational. It's structural. It reads frequencies, not fantasies. This means that the reality you experience is not a reflection of your desires. It's a reflection of your dominant energetic broadcast. This is the greatest misunderstanding in the modern manifestation movement. People believe that if they focus hard enough, visualize long enough, speak positively often enough, the field will respond. But the field isn't responding to surface thoughts. It's responding to field coherence, the alignment of your emotion, identity, expectation, and action. That's the signal, and that's what's being mirrored back. Let's get specific. If your outer words say, "I'm ready for success," but your emotional body is still vibrating with fear of being seen, the field doesn't deliver success. It delivers situations that match your frequency of hiding. If you declare, "I'm calling in love," but your core identity still revolves around abandonment, the field won't bring you love. It'll bring you the next mirror of abandonment. The field isn't punishing you. It's not confused. It's mirroring the most consistent signal you're emitting. This is why reality feels stuck. Not because you haven't earned a new life, but because you haven't shifted the signal long enough for the field to register the new pattern. The field has no concept of time, only frequency, and frequency becomes coherent through consistency. So when people shift their energy for a few days, then default back to their loop, the field doesn't see growth. It sees noise, and noise doesn't collapse new timelines. It suspends them. Here's where everything changes. You stop looking at the field as a mystery, and you start using it as a tool. Because once you understand how it works, you stop trying to convince it. You stop waiting for signs. You stop needing reassurance. You become the signal you've been asking for, and the field, as it always does, responds in kind. Now let's be clear. The field doesn't just mirror what's inside you. It amplifies it. This is why small shifts in emotion can create major external feedback. It's why a brief lapse in self-worth can manifest as someone ghosting you. It's why a single powerful moment of self-honor can unlock an opportunity seemingly out of nowhere. The field is a real-time amplifier, and your frequency is the blueprint. If that frequency is unresolved, the amplification feels like sabotage. If that frequency is clear, the amplification feels like momentum. Same field, different signal, different outcome. Here's the pattern the field is always listening for. Who are you being? What emotional frequency are you anchored in? What identities are still active in your signal? What contradictions exist between your desire and your energy? And finally, how long have you held the new frequency without collapsing back? The field responds to stability, not intensity, not performance, not temporary high vibes. Sustained coherence is the true language of creation. This means you don't need to chase your future. You only need to broadcast in alignment with it, consistently enough that the field updates its reflection. That update will not come instantly, not because the field is slow, but because it's testing nothing. It's reading everything. And once your signal stabilizes, the reflection becomes undeniable. Next, we will explore what determines whether that signal holds. And it has nothing to do with mental focus. It has everything to do with how you vibrate, not occasionally, but as your new normal. Because the field doesn't care about your vision board. It cares about your vibration. Let's break that down. You've seen it repeated everywhere. See it in your mind. Visualize your dream life. Hold the image long enough and it becomes real. But here's the truth. The universe isn't responding to what you imagine. It's responding to how you vibrate. This is where most manifesting practices collapse, not because they're useless, but because they stop short. They treat visualization as the engine of reality, when in fact, it's just the initial spark. Visualization builds clarity, but vibration builds access. Clarity without access doesn't create outcomes. It creates frustration. The field doesn't read what you want. It reads what you are. And what you are is determined by your baseline frequency, not by the slideshow you run through your mind before bed. You can visualize abundance every morning, but if your emotional body is anchored in scarcity, the field will not bypass that signal. You can see yourself in a loving relationship, but if your vibration is shaped by unworthiness, the field cannot contradict it. It doesn't matter how vivid the image is. If the emotion doesn't match, it doesn't materialize. Let's clarify what vibration really is. It's not just how you feel in a single moment. It's the emotional climate of your being. It's the atmosphere your field emits when no one's watching. Vibration is the sum total of your dominant emotions, thoughts, beliefs, and somatic posture. It's what people feel from you before you speak. It's what your environment reflects before anything happens. And most importantly, it's the only signal the quantum field responds to consistently. Here's where this gets precise. Visualization engages your mental field. Vibration emerges from your emotional field. The emotional field is far more magnetic, far more directive, and far more potent than your thoughts. Your emotional field doesn't lie. It doesn't perform. It doesn't pretend. This is why someone who's emotionally anchored in joy, confidence, and clarity can manifest effortlessly, even if they barely visualize anything at all. Because the field isn't responding to their mental rehearsal. It's responding to their authentic frequency. This is also why people who visualize obsessively, but carry unresolved emotions, get no results. They're not wrong. They're just misaligned. Let's look at the mistake people make most. They try to think their way into alignment. They assume that if they just visualize harder, longer, or more often, the field will eventually respond. But thinking doesn't shift vibration. Feeling does. Embodiment does. Nervous system safety does. This means if you're visualizing freedom while emotionally vibrating with anxiety, you're actually reinforcing the opposite timeline. You're mentally pointing one way and emotionally broadcasting another. The field sees a contradiction and delays, not as punishment, as protection, because the field doesn't want you to receive something that your current vibration would only sabotage. So the question becomes, how do you upgrade your vibration? The answer is not intensity. It's stability. Stability means you begin living the emotions that match your desired reality, long before it arrives. This doesn't mean pretending. It doesn't mean faking positivity. It means identifying the emotional signatures of your next timeline and practicing those signatures in your breath, your movement, your language, your decisions. You begin to live as the vibrational self who already occupies that reality. Not for performance, not for show, but because the field doesn't shift until you do. Think of vibration as your address in the quantum field. If your vibration says, I am safe, I am ready, I am receptive, then that's where the delivery goes. If your vibration says, I'm doubting, I'm protecting, I'm uncertain, then the delivery is held, no matter how pretty your visualization may be. This is why manifesting isn't about becoming a good mental architect. It's about becoming a vibrational match and holding that match consistently enough for the field to stabilize the signal. That's when the shift arrives, not as luck, but as a match. So why do people love visualization? Because it gives a sense of control. It feels like doing something, and it offers a momentary escape into the future self without the full responsibility of becoming them. But that momentary access doesn't override your base frequency. And unless visualization creates a true vibrational shift, it changes nothing in the field. This isn't about being against visualization. It's about understanding where it fits in the mechanics. It's the map. not the fuel. Let's make this tangible. Ask yourself, what do I feel when I'm not trying to manifest anything? What emotional signatures dominate my idle moments? What inner state am I broadcasting in silence? That's your vibration, and that's what the universe is responding to. Right now. Always. Next, we will explore the raw power of emotion, not just as a personal experience, but as a directive force in your quantum architecture. Because once you realize that feelings are not just felt, they are commands, you begin to see why your timeline is unfolding exactly as it is. Let's go deeper. You feel things every day. Joy, frustration, resentment, excitement. Some pass quickly, some linger for years, but all of them share one undeniable quality. They emit a frequency. Emotion isn't just personal. It's structural. It organizes your energy. It calibrates your field. And it sends an instruction set to the universe that says, collapse reality in accordance with this vibration. Not based on what you hope. Not based on what you say. But based on what you feel most consistently. Let's break the illusion right now. Emotions are not reactions. They're not just outcomes of your environment. They're creative directives. They shape your field. They instruct the quantum mirror. They tell the field what kind of data to prioritize and what to ignore. This means your feelings, especially the ones you suppress, repeat, or justify, are determining what you're allowed to experience. And if you haven't shifted your emotional architecture, you haven't shifted your timeline. The most magnetic people you know aren't the smartest. They're the most vibrationally coherent. They feel on purpose. They understand that their emotions aren't just experiences. They are broadcasts. You can try to think wealth, but if you feel afraid every time you look at your bank account, you are sending the field two contradictory signals, and the emotional one always wins. You can try to believe in love, but if you feel abandoned every time someone doesn't text you back, your emotional field overrides your intellectual desire, and the universe follows the frequency every single time. This is why awareness is not enough. You can be fully aware of your wounds. You can have deep insight into your patterns. But if the emotional imprint remains unchanged, so does your timeline. That imprint is like a filter. It colors how you receive feedback. It influences what you expect before anything even happens. It writes the script before the actors show up. You're not reacting to reality. You're reacting to the emotional field you've been living in. And that field is the primary author of your outcomes. Let's get clinical about this. Each emotion you hold consistently activates a set of neural, hormonal, and energetic responses. These responses shape your behavior, your attention, and your choices. Those choices create feedback loops, and those loops become timelines. So when you feel unworthy, you hesitate, you undercharge, you over-explain, you tolerate behavior that affirms your feeling. The field sees that sequence and says, this is the story we're running. And it reflects it perfectly, not as a punishment, as a match. Now let's flip it. When you feel empowered, you set standards. You move clearly. You stop outsourcing validation. You hold your ground even in the face of delay. That emotion tells the field, this version is now dominant. And new opportunities align accordingly. You're not waiting. You're organizing. With every feeling you hold, not occasionally, but consistently, you are building the scaffolding of your reality. Here's the distinction that unlocks everything. Emotions are not proof of how things are. They are programming for what comes next. Most people reverse it. They wait for a shift in reality before allowing a new feeling. But that's not how the field works. The field doesn't respond to condition. It responds to command. Your emotion is that command. So how do you change your emotional frequency? Not by controlling feelings, not by forcing fake positivity, but by reconditioning your baseline. This means learning to stabilize elevated emotion even in the absence of evidence, creating internal safety through presence, breath, and nervous system literacy, practicing gratitude, power, joy, or peace as if they're muscles, not rewards. You're not faking it. You're training your field to hold a new pattern long enough for the mirror to change. And once the field reads your emotion as stable, it collapses around it. Every time. Emotion isn't weakness. It's instruction. And now that you understand this, you can begin using your feelings as levers, not liabilities. Each one is a doorway. And when you walk through it with awareness and repetition, you rewire not just your brain, but your entire life path. Next, we will expose what happens when emotions go unprocessed, how they linger in the field, how they repeat silently, how they override your choices without your consent. We'll show you that what you haven't felt, you're still living. Let's continue. You've moved on. You've outgrown the people. You've survived the breakdown. You've closed the door on that version of your life. But something still lingers. Not in your mind, not in your memory, but in your field. This lingering presence has a shape, but no voice. A frequency, but no face. It doesn't show up in conversation. It shows up in pattern, in hesitation, in emotional flashbacks, in unexplained reactions to things that don't seem significant. This is the realm of emotional echoes, and it's the reason you keep reliving moments you thought were long gone. An emotional echo is not just a memory. It's an uncompleted frequency, an emotional vibration that never reached full resolution. It didn't collapse. It didn't move through. It didn't exit your field. Instead, it anchored itself in your energetic system and began broadcasting in the background, silently, continuously, influencing how you feel, how you interpret, how you respond without your conscious input. These echoes are not remnants. They are living patterns, and they create continuity between who you were and who you are still becoming. Let's break it down. When you suppress an emotion, consciously or unconsciously, it doesn't vanish. It displaces. It moves from the surface of awareness into the energetic memory of the body. This memory becomes a loop, a signal, a frequency, and that frequency begins organizing your present experience through subtle distortions. You interpret kindness as manipulation. You anticipate rejection even when it's not there. You shrink in the presence of opportunity, not because you're afraid of success, but because you're still emotionally wired to a version of you that was dismissed. This wiring is not your fault. It's your body's intelligent adaptation to survive. But survival patterns, when left uncollapsed, become obstacles to expansion. That's what emotional echoes do. They preserve the frequency of the wound, long after the wound is closed. And because the field responds to frequency, not time, it continues reflecting situations, people, and environments that match the old emotional imprint. You think life is repeating, but really, your field is replaying. It's trying to complete what was never completed. Completion doesn't mean resolution with others. It means energetic finality within yourself. That finality only occurs when the emotion has been felt all the way through, without management, suppression, or re-narration. Let's look at this through real mechanics. You went through betrayal years ago. You never fully felt the rage, the grief, the shock, because it wasn't safe to do so at the time. Instead, you intellectualized it. You made sense of it. You moved forward. But the frequency of that betrayal is still sitting in your emotional memory bank. And now, it begins to influence how you trust. It informs how you set boundaries. It instructs your nervous system to expect violation. The field, ever loyal to what's active, begins to deliver experiences that affirm the unresolved signal, not to punish you, but to give you another chance to complete the echo. The problem is, most people don't recognize these events as healing opportunities. They see them as proof they're still broken. And so the echo loops again. Longer, louder, stronger, until you finally meet it directly. To collapse an emotional echo, you must feel what wasn't allowed. This is not rehashing. It's not re-traumatizing. It's not digging up old pain for the sake of drama. It's about completion. You enter the emotional frequency with full awareness. No bypass. No avoidance. No premature forgiveness. You allow the emotion to move through the system, as it always wanted to, but wasn't permitted to. That permission is what collapses the node. And once the node is collapsed, the loop stops broadcasting. This is the difference between healing and suppressing. Healing ends a timeline. Suppressing preserves it. Now, emotional echoes are not only stored in personal experience, they are also inherited. Your body may be holding echoes of grief, rage, or fear that were passed down biologically. Unresolved emotions from previous generations, encoded epigenetically and passed through lineage. You think the feeling is yours, but may not be. It may be ancestral. It may be systemic. It may be archetypal. Regardless of origin, the field makes no distinction. All it sees is the current active signal, and that signal shapes your timeline. So when people ask, why do I keep attracting the same kind of person? Why do I feel stuck in this pattern even after all the work I've done? The answer is almost always, an emotional echo is still playing. And until that frequency is collapsed, the field will keep trying to resolve it through reflection. This isn't punishment, it's precision. The universe is always trying to return you to emotional coherence, to restore harmony between your inner field and the outer mirror. When that harmony is established, your timeline can finally change. Not because you earned it, but because you no longer resist it through unprocessed energy. Next, we will introduce the principle that makes all of this actionable. Quantum completion, the art of closing loops not with logic, but with frequency. Because now that you've seen how echoes linger, you're ready to learn how to end them for good. Let's move forward. Closure isn't something someone gives you. It's not a letter. It's not an apology. It's not a conversation. Closure is not emotional relief. It's not insight. It's not clarity. Closure is collapse. It's the full energetic deactivation of a pattern that no longer serves you. And it happens not through dialogue, but through quantum completion. Quantum completion is the process of closing an open loop in your energetic field, a loop held open by unprocessed emotion, unresolved meaning, or an identity still living in the past. This loop operates like a glitch. It replays, it reacts, it reinforces itself through emotion, memory, and expectation. You don't have to consciously think about it. The frequency runs on autopilot, and until that loop is collapsed, the field cannot offer a new structure, because the old structure is still sending live instructions. Completion is the act of cutting the signal, not by forgetting, but by no longer feeding the frequency. Here's where most people confuse things. They seek closure through understanding, through conversation, through resolution with others. But the field doesn't respond to your comprehension. It responds to your coherence. You don't need to understand why someone hurt you in order to collapse the emotional loop that keeps the wound alive. You don't need to get clarity from the past in order to stop identifying with it. You need to neutralize the signal that says, "This is still who I am." That is quantum completion. Let's walk through the components. There are 3 pillars to quantum completion. 1. Witnessing without narrative. 2. Feeling without attachment. 3. Choosing without recoil. Witnessing without narrative means you look at the emotion, memory, or pattern without needing to explain it, justify it, or assign blame. You strip it of its story. You stop arguing with it. You stop defending against it. You see it exactly as it is, a frequency that's been active too long. Feeling without attachment means you allow the stored energy to rise, move, and dissolve without trying to contain it. No control, no numbing, no intellectualizing, just raw, conscious allowance of the body to complete the emotional cycle. And finally, choosing without recoil. This is the hardest part. You choose a new baseline, a new expectation, a new identity. And when the old one tries to return, because it will, you don't recoil. You don't fall for the temptation to revisit the loop, even when it feels more familiar. You hold the collapse line, and you keep choosing, not once, but until the field understands this version is final. That's completion. Completion doesn't mean perfection. It means finality. It's a closing ceremony without performance. A frequency shift so complete that the old signal no longer finds purchase in your field. You stop looping. You stop leaking. You stop looking for proof. Because there's nothing left to prove. The loop has been closed. Let's make this tangible. You don't need closure from your ex. You need to collapse the timeline where your worth was tied to their validation. You don't need forgiveness from someone who hurt you. You need to collapse the identity of the person who tolerated it. You don't need to understand why the opportunity passed. You need to collapse the emotional belief that said you weren't ready anyway. Collapse doesn't come from outside resolution. It comes from internal authority. You decide that this signal is no longer active. You stop sending it, and the field, always loyal, stops reflecting it. Quantum completion restores your field to neutrality, and neutrality is not numbness. It's availability. When you complete a loop, you become available to what's next. You clear space. You reset the grid. You stop organizing reality around a wound and start organizing it around alignment. This is where the new timeline starts to stabilize, not because you've done enough work, but because you've stopped repeating what no longer matches your future. Next, we will equip you with specific tools and protocols to start doing this on command. Not someday, not when you feel ready, but daily, intentionally, powerfully. Because now that you understand what quantum closure is, it's time to create it not once, but over and over as your new way of being. Let's continue. You clean your home. You delete old files from your computer. You clear out your inbox. But have you ever cleared the energetic debris in your quantum field? The part of you that's invisible, but responsible for everything visible. Because here's the hidden truth no one talks about. You're not stuck because the future is unclear. You're stuck because the past is still crowded. You've got open loops, old stories, unfinished thoughts, unprocessed emotions, unresolved identities. And they're not behind you. They're around you, inside you, broadcasting silently into the field like outdated apps still running in the background. This is quantum clutter, and it's interfering with your ability to collapse a new timeline. Timeline hygiene is not spiritual hygiene. It's not about burning sage or cutting cords. It's a systematic practice of cleaning your field so that no outdated frequencies are left to override your alignment. Because here's how this actually works. Every energetic signature you've ever left behind is still somewhere in your field if you haven't closed it. That version of you from 5 years ago, still active. That argument from last month you never fully metabolized, still playing. That identity you abandoned but never collapsed, still in rotation. And while you're focused on manifesting the next version of your life, the field is getting mixed signals from all the old tabs still open. You're not broadcasting one version of yourself. You're broadcasting collage, and that collage creates frequency noise. The field doesn't know what to respond to, so it doesn't. This isn't the universe ignoring you. It's just obeying its own rules. Timeline hygiene means you become ruthless with your signal. You don't allow expired versions of yourself to keep leaking energy. You stop keeping old emotional contracts alive out of guilt. You stop letting unresolved fragments steer your now. Think of it like a vibrational audit. You go through every open energetic loop and ask, is this still relevant? Is this still needed? Is this still aligned with where I'm going? And if it's not, it gets cleaned. Not pushed aside. Not denied. Collapsed. Let's walk through the core steps of effective timeline hygiene. 1. Identify the leaks. These are the people, stories, memories, and identities that still trigger emotional charge, even subtly. If a thought, name, or situation still tenses your body, even a little, it's leaking. 2. Trace the thread. Every leak connects to a timeline. What version of you is still tied to that thread? What identity is still sourcing energy from it? What belief is being kept alive through it? 3. Ask the non-negotiable question. Does this match the frequency of who I am now becoming? If the answer is no, the frequency is a foreign agent in your field. And like any foreign agent, it disrupts the native signal. That disruption prevents your future from locking in. It's not personal. It's mechanics. 4. Collapse it intentionally. You don't wait for time to dissolve it. You meet it. You allow the emotion to peak. You express what was never said. You grieve what was never allowed. And you energetically release the identity you once built around it. This isn't healing. It's field optimization. Once you begin doing this regularly, your system gets lighter, cleaner, sharper. Your frequency stops wobbling. Your decisions become clearer. Your relationships reflect your actual alignment, not your emotional backlog. And the field starts responding immediately, because now, for the first time in years, your signal is singular. Timeline hygiene is not a one-time event. It's a lifestyle. Just like brushing your teeth or clearing your notifications. You do it because clutter accumulates. We live in a world where interaction is constant. Each moment, you're processing energy, emotion, thought, and expectation, both yours and others. That information lingers. If you don't clear it, it compounds. And that compound creates energetic drag. Drag doesn't stop you, but it slows everything down. You find yourself needing more force to get things done. You find alignment taking longer. You find timelines stalling even though you're doing the work. That's not failure. That's frequency fragmentation. Once your hygiene improves, your magnetism amplifies. You don't need to hustle to get opportunities. You don't need to over-explain who you are. You don't need to chase clarity. Your field becomes self-explanatory. The quantum mirror reflects exactly what you're broadcasting, because there's nothing left to confuse the signal. That's the power of a clean field. It removes all static, all distortion, all contradiction. You become undeniable. Next, we will examine how the very first thing you do each day often reactivates your old field before you've even gotten out of bed. Because now that you know how to clear your signal, you must also learn how to prevent recontamination. Let's move forward. You wake up. You check your phone. You remember what needs to be done. You scan your mind for problems, plans, people. In less than 60 seconds, you've already resurrected your old field. Your nervous system activates yesterday's settings. Your thoughts retrieve familiar emotional scripts. And without realizing it, your past becomes your present, not because of destiny, but because of default. This is the loop trap, and it starts the moment you open your eyes. Daily looping traps are subtle, habitual rituals that reinstall expired timelines. You're not doing it intentionally. It's just how your biology is trained. But intention or not, the outcome is the same. You wake up in the same timeline you say you're trying to outgrow. That timeline doesn't arrive with fanfare. It slips in quietly through your habits, the apps you open, the memories you replay, the emotions you prepare for, before anything even happens. It's not just a mental pattern. It's a full field reactivation. Let's unpack why this happens. Your subconscious mind is most programmable in the first few moments of waking. This is when your brain is moving from delta and theta waves into alpha, a perfect state for updating reality. But most people don't update. They reload. They reach for the familiar. They check the messages. They scroll the feed. They anticipate the problems. They brace for the emotions that haven't even occurred yet. In doing so, they give permission for yesterday's timeline to reinstall itself. The field reads that repetition as same identity, same patterns, same emotional frequency, and so it delivers more of the same. Your morning is the most powerful pivot point of your day. It's the gateway through which your next timeline is either activated or delayed. And until you understand what's happening during those first few minutes, you will unconsciously rebuild the very loops you spent the previous day trying to collapse. This isn't a motivational pep talk. It's frequency engineering. Let's walk through the key mechanisms that trigger the loop. 1. Sensory recall. Waking up and immediately engaging with the world via sight, sound, or thought reinforces the previous frequency pattern. You're not experiencing a new day. You're recalling the past in high definition. 2. Anticipatory emotion. Your body begins preparing for the same emotions it experienced the day before. Anxiety, pressure, anger, doubt. Even if nothing has happened yet, the chemical signature is reinitiated, and that emotional frequency becomes your access code for the day. 3. Micro-identities. The moment you remember your to-do list, you remember who you're supposed to be. The achiever, the helper, the fixer, the avoider. These identities carry frequency instructions, and they activate your field instantly. By the time you're brushing your teeth, your new timeline has already been postponed. Now awareness is power. Once you can see the loop, You can intercept it. You don't need to have a perfect morning. You need to have an intentional one. You need to break the handoff. The handoff between yesterday and today. You need to prevent your subconscious from automatically assuming that nothing has changed. Even if the circumstances haven't changed. You have. And if you don't show your field that you've changed, it won't update your access permissions. Here's what interrupts the loop. Stillness. Even 60 seconds of silent awareness before engaging with thought, technology, or task creates a pattern break. Embodiment. Move the body. Stretch. Breathe. Shake. Walk. Signal to your system. We are choosing this moment, not defaulting into it. Affirmed identity. Declare, not intellectually, but energetically, who you are becoming. Speak it. Feel it. Breathe into it. This is not performance. It's recalibration. You are telling the field, this is the frequency we're running today. Please match accordingly. And the field, as it always does, listens. One powerful method to lock in this shift is refusal. Refuse to scroll. Refuse to problem solve. Refuse to emotionally prepare for something that hasn't happened. Not forever. Just for the first 10 to 20 minutes of your day. That small act of refusal creates a disruption, and that disruption becomes the invitation for a new timeline to emerge. You're no longer collapsing into the past. You're holding a signal long enough for the field to stabilize a new frequency. That's how shift becomes sustainable. Now imagine doing this daily. Morning after morning, you hold the new signal. You stop broadcasting the old frequency. You stop inviting the same cast of characters into your emotional world. And slowly, your reality begins to change. Not because you forced it, but because you stopped reinstalling what no longer fits. That is the architecture of true timeline transformation. Next, we will teach you how to hardwire this into your waking pattern. We'll construct a reset ritual, a reliable protocol that rewrites your signal the moment your eyes open. Because now that you know what not to do, you're ready to do it on purpose. Let's continue. The moment you wake up is not neutral. It's not a transition. It's a command line, a raw, programmable gateway where you tell the field who you are, what timeline you belong to, and what version of reality to reflect back. And if you're not consciously issuing that command, you're defaulting to the last one. The one built on old beliefs, lingering emotions, and expired loops. And the field, obedient as ever, delivers accordingly. This is why the first 20 minutes of your day hold more power than an hour of visualization later. Because those 20 minutes determine which reality code gets activated. If you're not rewriting the code the moment you wake, you're letting your past boot up the system again. Reset rituals are not about discipline. They're not morning routines. They're not motivational hacks. They're field commands, energetic overrides, deliberate breaks from the automatic inheritance of yesterday. And without them, you're unconsciously choosing the timeline you say you want to leave. Let's start by decoding what happens the moment you open your eyes. You enter hypnopompic consciousness, a transitional state between sleep and full waking awareness. In this state, your brain is highly impressionable. Your subconscious is still porous. Your energetic field is still undefined for the day. This means whatever emotional tone, identity structure, and sensory input you allow into this space becomes your default setting for the next several hours, and likely your entire timeline that day. Now here's what most people do. Reach for their phone. Think about yesterday's problems. Preload the day with pressure. Remember who they were instead of choosing who they are. All of these behaviors serve one function: reconstruction of the previous frequency, and the loop lives another day. A reset ritual breaks that chain. It interrupts the transfer of yesterday into today. It prevents frequency copy-paste, and it installs a new command energetically, emotionally, somatically. This is not about effort. It's about precision. Here's a framework for a simple but powerful reset ritual. Step 1. Field stillness, 2 to 3 minutes. You wake. You stay still. Eyes closed. No input. You remain in that impressionable state and do nothing. Not because you're lazy, because you're strategic. This moment is about field neutrality. You are refusing to allow any external or internal stimulus to hijack your signal. You don't think about the past. You don't forecast the future. You don't plan your day. You hold a blank canvas. And you breathe. This alone shifts the signal. Step 2. Identity lock in 2 to 5 minutes. Now you consciously install the identity you're choosing to embody today. Not in theory and frequency. This isn't, I want to be confident. This is, today, I am the version of me who speaks clearly, moves intentionally, and carries calm power. You declare it. You sit in it. You feel it. Your nervous system doesn't respond to words. It responds to felt reality. So you become the vibration, not just the concept. Even if it feels unfamiliar, even if it feels unearned. Especially then, the field needs to know what it's dealing with. This is where you clarify that. Step 3. Sensory control, 10 to 15 minutes. Once your signal is activated, you protect it. No phone, no news, no social input. You curate the sensory input allowed into your field during the transition phase. Instead of reactive data, you introduce supportive frequency, breath work, music, movement, silence, water, open sky, light. The key is to let the new frequency take root, because it's fragile at first. The old timeline is still close by, waiting for you to lose focus. So you stabilize your new identity with supportive inputs, and you protect it like you would a sacred download, because that's what it is. Step 4. Field signaling, 1 to 2 minutes. This is where you speak, not to motivate yourself, but to instruct the field. You send a clear, coherent transmission. It can be 1 line, or 10, but it must be emotionally charged and identity synced. Example, I am no longer on the same frequency as my past. My reality reflects that now. This field is mine to program, and I'm issuing the command of expansion. I choose clarity. I choose stability. I choose to be unshakable. The words are not magic. The emotional broadcast behind them is. Speak like someone whose reality depends on the signal. Because it does. Reset rituals are not habits. They're interruptions. And the field responds to interruptions. The more often you disrupt your default signal and replace it with deliberate code, the faster your environment begins to shift. Not because of effort, but because your energetic address is finally stable. And timelines respond to stability, not performance. You are not meant to wake up into a recycled signal. You are not meant to start your day by proving your worth. You are not meant to inherit the past without scrutiny. You are meant to activate, to declare, to choose. And the reset ritual is how you begin living that way. Not occasionally, but daily. Next, we will expose what happens when you finally stop defaulting, and the field begins to shift around you. You'll learn why your environment might push back, why the loops might get louder before they dissolve, and why disruption is the proof that your reset is working. It's time to talk about interruption, the kind that collapses timelines. Let's keep going. You've done the work. You've cleared the field. You've set the new signal. You've practiced reset rituals with discipline. And suddenly, something hits. You get triggered. You feel pulled back. The doubt floods in. The old version tries to reattach. This is not failure. This is inertia fighting for survival. Because the old timeline is still orbiting. And when your signal begins to stabilize into something new, the gravitational pull of your past pattern begins its final protest. This moment is where most shifts die. Not because they weren't working, but because they were about to work, and the interruption wasn't understood. Quantum interruption is the collapse technique most people fear, because it looks like chaos. But what it actually is a reset in motion. You've destabilized the old loop. You've stopped feeding it. You've interfered with the automatic collapse sequence. And the old field doesn't like that. So it tries to win you back. Through emotion. Through old thoughts. Through reactivated memories. Through a spike in discomfort. This isn't relapse. This is physics. Let's decode what's really happening. Inertia is the momentum of your old identity. When that momentum goes unchallenged, it creates continuity. You live in the same pattern and call it life. But when you interrupt it, you collapse the probability wave that sustained it. That collapse creates a vacuum, a space between what was and what will be. And that space is raw, disorienting, and fragile. It is in this space where most people break. They interpret the discomfort as misalignment. They mistake the emotional backlash for a sign. They run back to safety and reinstall the loop. But that space isn't a problem. It's the birthplace of the new timeline. This is why quantum interruption must become a conscious skill. You don't just want to wait for those moments. You want to initiate them. Because the faster you interrupt the loop, the faster you collapse the field, and the faster your future becomes accessible. Interruption isn't about chaos. It's about disruption with clarity. It means stepping into your field when it's pulling you back and saying, "No, this is not our code anymore," and taking an action that reinforces that truth. Here are 4 methods to initiate quantum interruption. 1. State reversal. Shift your physical, emotional, and mental state as fast as possible when a known loop begins to activate. This could be leaving the space immediately, interrupting internal dialogue with sound, changing posture, breath, or movement. This breaks the loop by disrupting the pattern's biochemical container. 2. Field declaration. Speak a line that contradicts the loop's logic with force. Not quietly, not politely. You override the loop's authority by using language that reclaims your signal. Examples. This is not my timeline anymore. Collapse complete. We're done. Field override, install clarity now. Speak as if the field is obeying your words, because it is. 3. Timeless access point. When the loop activates, close your eyes and access the version of you who is unaffected by this pattern. Feel into them. Breathe like them. Stand like them. Even for 15 seconds. That frequency override is a field interrupt. You just switch to a different timeline with your presence alone. 4. Noncompliance. This is the most powerful. When the pattern triggers a predictable response, don't give it. Don't react. Don't explain. Don't spiral. You starve the loop by refusing to perform its script. And in that silence, it collapses. Quantum interruption is not an escape. It's a strike point. A micro-decision where your body wants to return to what's familiar, and you choose collapse instead. Every time you do this, your identity loses another layer of false coding, and the field begins to remove all support structures that belong to the old you. Yes, it's destabilizing. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, it will test you. But that test is the very proof that the field is shifting. Because collapse doesn't come with comfort. It comes with vacuum. And that vacuum is where the new timeline breathes. Next, we will teach you how to select a timeline deliberately, now that you've created space for it. Because it's not enough to collapse what you don't want. You must install what you're choosing to live next, with clarity and precision. Let's continue. Reality is not a straight line. It is not a waiting game. It is not a consequence of time passing. It is a selection system. At any moment, there are infinite timelines running in parallel, each one containing a different version of you, a different set of experiences, and a different outcome. You are not waiting for your future. You are choosing it. Or you're unconsciously defaulting to the one that matches your current frequency. This is not manifestation theory. This is quantum architecture. And the future you receive is not the one you want most. It's the one your field is already aligned with. Now that you've interrupted the loop, now that you've collapsed the echo, now that you've practiced reset rituals and overridden identity inertia, you've reached the most critical moment of all. Deliberate timeline selection. This is not imagination. This is instructional collapse, where you command a field to solidify one version of the future over all others. But to do that, you must first understand how timeline selection actually works. Let's start with what a timeline is, and what it isn't. A timeline is not an abstract version of your life somewhere far away. It is a living set of probability waves, orbiting your field in real time, waiting to collapse based on observation and emotional charge. In plain terms, each future possibility exists right now as a wave. Your attention and emotional coherence determine which wave collapses into form. Think of it like a menu. The dishes already exist in the kitchen. You don't have to create the food. You just have to order clearly and wait without changing your mind. But most people don't place clear orders. They change their minds mid-signal. They contradict their intentions emotionally. They visualize abundance and then embody lack. They declare clarity and then spiral in doubt. That contradiction makes their signal incoherent. And incoherence means no timeline gets selected. The field just continues orbiting probabilities, and nothing lands. Now let's move to the mechanics of choosing a timeline. There are 3 primary components required. 1. Clarity of construct. 2. Frequency lock-in. 3. Behavior synchronization. Let's break each one down. 1. Clarity of construct. You must know exactly what the chosen timeline looks, feels, and functions like. Not in fluffy, vague ideas, but in precision. Ask yourself, what do I believe in that timeline? How do I move? What emotional baseline is consistent there? What do I no longer tolerate? What becomes effortless in that version? This isn't about external outcomes. It's about internal structure. You define the emotional and identity architecture of that version. Then you signal that construct clearly. 2. Frequency lock-in. Once the construct is clear, you must become the vibrational authority for that timeline. That means holding the emotional and energetic signature of the chosen future before evidence arrives. This is where most people collapse. They hold the signal for a day, maybe 2, and then ask, why hasn't it happened yet? But time doesn't cause collapse. Certainly does. You lock the frequency in with emotional conviction, not force, not obsession, not desperation. Conviction. You are no longer asking for the future. You are signaling that it's already in progress, and your field is responding accordingly. 3. Behavior synchronization. Now comes the practical layer. You sync your behaviors with the emotional and identity construct of the selected timeline. This is critical, because the field notices contradiction. You can't choose the timeline of peace while continuing to overcommit to stress. You can't select the timeline of abundance while still negotiating your worth. You can't broadcast expansion while engaging with people who shrink your signal. The quantum field doesn't respond to intention alone. It responds to pattern integrity. Your actions are signals. Your yes and no's are declarations. Your daily rhythm is your energetic broadcast. Every choice you make either anchors the selected timeline or delays it. Now here's what makes this real. Once you've selected a timeline, once you've felt it, fed it, aligned to it, you must treat it as non-negotiable. This means you do not reopen the menu. You do not keep asking if you chose correctly. You do not bounce between visions. You stabilize. You hold. You act as if it's already installing. And in doing so, you allow the field to collapse that wave into structure. That is timeline selection. You are not here to wish your way forward. You are here to signal and stabilize your way forward. And the clearer your signal, the faster the reflection. Not because of magic, because of physics. Next, we will reveal something most people avoid. The cost of this choice. Because every timeline comes with a toll. And most delay their future not because they're confused, but because they secretly refuse to pay. Let's continue. You've made your choice. You've selected the timeline. You're holding the signal. You're aligning your actions. But something starts to ache. You feel resistance. Your body hesitates. Your mood dips. Doubt creeps in. Why? Because your chosen timeline isn't free. It has a cost. And no one talks about that part. The cost of a new timeline is not money. It's not hustle. It's not discipline. It's sacrifice. And not of what you love, but of what you're still clinging to that doesn't belong in the next version. People, habits, roles, patterns, thoughts, comforts. Things you've become attached to. Not because they serve you, but because they've been with you. Every timeline shift is a death. Not of who you are, but of who you no longer get to be. And most people delay their future because they won't pay the toll. Let's get precise. Here are the 5 primary costs of a timeline shift. 1. Identity decay. You must release identities that sourced your survival, attention, or validation in the past, even if they made you feel safe. This means giving up roles like the overachiever, the fixer, the caretaker, the martyr, the skeptic, the loyal one who never outgrows others. These roles were part of your previous frequency, and if you bring them into your new field, they corrupt the signal. Identity decay is uncomfortable, because you're not just changing how you act, you're grieving who you were. But this grief is sacred. It's part of the collapse. 2. Emotional access. You no longer get to access the emotional states that contradict your chosen frequency. This means cutting off emotional habits like justified rage, cyclical anxiety, passive helplessness, reactionary defensiveness, nostalgic longing. You don't fight these states. You just stop granting them airtime. You emotionally uninstall the apps that drain your field. This doesn't mean repression. It means discontinuation. You've paid your dues. These emotional patterns no longer belong on your interface. 3. Attachment breaks. You will lose people, not because of drama, but because of resonance dissonance. Some people are locked into the frequency of your old timeline, and your new signal will repel them. They'll stop responding. They'll grow uncomfortable. They'll accuse you of changing. That's not rejection. That's proof. Every timeline has a cast, and not everyone gets a role in your next one. The field will reconfigure your environment, but only once you stop trying to carry everyone with you. 4. Comfort renegotiation. Timelines don't collapse into comfort. They collapse into disruption. That means saying yes before you feel ready, letting go before you feel secure, acting before you feel certain. Comfort will beg for continuity, but growth requires discomfort by choice. You must be willing to feel displaced. Not forever, just long enough for the field to stabilize. You don't become the future version by negotiating with comfort. You become it by making comfort irrelevant. 5. Timeline repetition no longer available. This is the final cost. Once the timeline collapses, it's permanent. You cannot revisit the old field without consequences. If you go back, the field will glitch. Your energy will destabilize. Your emotions will spiral. Your body will rebel. Why? Because your system is no longer configured to run that code. It's like trying to boot modern software on a corrupted operating system. It crashes. This means you must mean it. No backups. No just in case. No playing both sides. You choose. You pay. You hold. That's how the universe delivers. This isn't punishment. It's integrity. Your field has been waiting for you to make it final, because only then can it collapse everything else in your reality to match. Next, we will explore what happens when people resist paying that cost, not because they're weak, but because the past defends itself. Self-sabotage is not failure. It's loyalty. And now that you're here, you're ready to see how it plays out and how to end it. Let's keep going. You've selected your timeline. You've paid the toll. You've initiated the collapse. But something strange begins to happen. You hesitate. You procrastinate. You sabotage. You tell yourself it's fear. You say you're just not ready. But deep down, it doesn't add up. Because you do want the new timeline. You felt it. You've seen it. You've even tasted the beginning of it. So why do you keep getting in your own way? The answer isn't laziness. It's not immaturity. And it's definitely not a lack of clarity. It's collapse resistance. And it's embedded deep inside the quantum structure of your identity. You are not sabotaging the future. You are defending the past. Collapse resistance is the unconscious mechanism your system uses to preserve what it has known, even if it's suffering. Because the known is safe. The known is rehearsed. The known has proof. The future, it has no evidence yet. It exists as pure potential. And your nervous system doesn't trust potential. It trusts loops. And this trust creates internal conflict. You're moving toward your new frequency, but carrying emotional contracts with the old one. That conflict must resolve. And until it does, resistance will run the show. Let's break this down. Resistance is not mental. It's energetic preservation. Your body associates safety with familiarity. It doesn't care if the familiarity is toxic. It cares if it's predictable. So when you start shifting timelines, your nervous system detects threat, not because the new timeline is dangerous, but because it's unverified. This activates your energetic defense system, and that defense uses tools like overthinking, chronic delay, emotional numbness, random sabotage, misaligned decisions, forgetfulness at key moments, reverting to old coping loops. You think you're failing, but your system is trying to survive the shift. Now here's the key. You cannot argue your way out of resistance. You must interrupt it, collapse it, replace it. But first, you must understand what's driving it. There are 3 core drivers of quantum collapse resistance. 1. Emotional contracts. These are silent agreements you've made with your past self. Examples: if I outgrow this pain, I betray who I was. If I succeed, I lose the right to be angry at how hard it was. If I change, I'll no longer relate to those I've loved. These contracts are often invisible, but they're binding. They control your energy until they're broken. 2. Identity investments. You've built your reality around certain identities. The reliable one, the underdog, the tough one, the one who overcomes, the one who never quits. But what happens when your new timeline doesn't need that identity anymore? You feel lost, unanchored, unnecessary, and that feeling makes your system stall the shift just long enough for the old pattern to feel needed again. 3. Timeline debt. This one's subtle. You believe you owe your past. You've endured so much. You've suffered. You've stayed loyal. You've held it all together. And now, the idea of freedom feels unfair. Your body resists joy. Your mind questions peace. Your system doesn't trust that it's allowed to move on. This debt creates sabotage because receiving too much too soon triggers guilt. So what's the solution? You must release the defense mechanism with grace, not violence. You don't fight the sabotage. You thank it for its service, then install new protocols. Let's walk through that now. Step 1. Acknowledge the saboteur. You don't shame the part of you resisting the shift. You name it. You meet it. You witness it. Example: I see you, protector. You're trying to keep me safe by staying where we've always been. Thank you. But I'm safe now, even in this newness. This instantly reduces the fight-or-flight energy in your field. The saboteur isn't an enemy. It's a function of survival, until you reprogram it. Step 2. Identify the loyalty. Ask, what part of me benefits from staying in this pattern? What does this resistance allow me to keep? Be radically honest. You may find answers like, it keeps me from being fully seen. It helps me avoid responsibility. It lets me feel in control. It makes me relatable. This is gold, not guilt, because once you see the hidden benefit, you can collapse it by choice. Step 3. Create a replacement pattern. Your system doesn't release a defense unless a new one is installed. So you install a new safety signal. This might look like a sentence you speak daily. I am safe in the unknown. A posture you hold when doubt arises. A routine that reminds your body of stability. A frequency, music, movement, breath that becomes the anchor of the new timeline. This teaches your system that safety can exist without sabotage. Self-sabotage is not weakness. It is a loyalty test, a checkpoint, a signal that your system is catching up to your vision. You are not broken. You're buffering, and that buffer ends when you override the signal, not with force, but with deliberate quantum permission. Next, we will examine where this loyalty is really anchored, the past itself. You'll learn why the past still has a vote in your reality, and how to remove that vote permanently. Let's move forward. There's a part of you that knows it's time to move forward. There's another part that keeps looking backward, and the battle isn't logical. It's loyalty-based. You're not staying stuck because the path ahead is unclear. You're staying stuck because the past is still sacred. The story you lived, the pain you endured, the roles you adopted, they became more than memory. They became meaning. They became identity. They became your source of value. And now you're being asked to release that story before you know what comes next. That feels like betrayal, like abandonment, like disloyalty to your own survival. But here's what no one tells you. You don't owe your past anything. Not your presence. Not your energy. Not your continued suffering. Quantum loyalty is the invisible thread that keeps old timelines active, even when you no longer believe in them. It shows up as staying emotionally connected to pain that's over, defending an old identity when challenged, romanticizing struggle, feeling guilt for evolving faster than those around you, replaying past experiences just to feel rooted. You're not doing this on purpose, but the field doesn't operate on intention. It operates on energetic behavior. And as long as your behavior says, "I'm still loyal to who I was," the field will continue reflecting that version. Let's decode how this loyalty gets built so we can collapse it. There are 3 types of quantum loyalty. 1. Trauma loyalty. This is where your pain became a personality. You bonded with your suffering. You made it a badge. You turned it into your lens. And now, without it, you feel unanchored. Who are you if not the one who overcame? This loyalty is subtle, but powerful, because it convinces you that healing means forgetting, that if you let go, the pain won't matter. But healing doesn't erase the past. It releases it from having authority. 2. Relational loyalty. You built relationships inside a specific identity. And now that you're changing, you're afraid those relationships won't survive. So you dim your growth. You hesitate to speak differently. You play small so others feel safe. This loyalty isn't kindness. It's sabotage wearing the mask of empathy. You are not responsible for maintaining other people's comfort with your old self. 3. Survival loyalty. This is the most primal. The identity you are trying to evolve from is the one that kept you alive. It helped you navigate trauma. It helped you stay invisible when it was dangerous to be seen. It helped you control what you couldn't process. And now you're saying goodbye to it? Your system rebels, because it believes that releasing that role equals risking safety. But it's outdated programming. You're not in the same environment. You're not under the same threat. And you must update your system to match the current field. So how do you break quantum loyalty? With sacred betrayal. That means you must consciously choose to honor your evolution over your history. This is not rejection. This is realignment. Let's walk through it. Step 1. Name the loyalty thread. Ask, what am I afraid will happen if I fully let go of who I was? Who might I upset, lose, or disappoint by becoming this version? Write it. Speak it. See it. Now the thread is visible. Step 2. Thank the version who got you here. You don't kill the old you. You thank them. You say, you were everything I needed. You saved me. You adapted. You survived. But I am safe now. I am ready now. You are free. This removes the guilt. This ends the emotional debt. This opens the door to your next version without betrayal. Step 3. Perform a loyalty shift ritual. You can use a physical action to symbolize the shift. Burn a letter to the old identity. Cut a cord, symbolically or visually. Move your body differently. Change your environment in a small but symbolic way. The ritual tells your system, we're no longer connected to that version. And field responds. Quantum loyalty is not your fault. It's how humans survive identity transitions. But you don't live in the trauma anymore. You don't need that loyalty. You are allowed to choose the future over the familiar. And once you do, the timeline begins to rebuild without contradiction. Next, we will explore how to take this sacred betrayal to the next level, not just in thought, but in alignment. You will learn how to stop asking the past for permission and begin living only by the vote of your next self. Let's continue. You've been conditioned to believe that betrayal is wrong, that turning your back on what was means disrespecting your roots, that to be loyal is to be good, even if it costs you everything. But here's the reality. To betray the past is not cruelty. It is alignment. It is not abandonment. It is ascension. It is not forgetting. It is graduating. You are not here to remain faithful to a version of you that can't walk into the future. You are here to choose truth over repetition, even if that truth disappoints your history. This is sacred betrayal, and it is required for the new timeline to stabilize. Let's speak clearly. The version of you from 5 years ago doesn't get to vote anymore. They don't know the field you're stepping into. They don't carry the same tools. They don't live in the same frequency. So why are you still asking for their permission? Every time you check with your past to see what's allowed, you reattach to a signal that has already expired. You call it caution. You call it being realistic. But it's just emotional obedience. And the cost? The collapse pauses. The timeline waits. And your life starts echoing again. Here's the core truth. You cannot take the past with you. You can integrate its wisdom. You can honor its sacrifices. But you cannot let it govern your next self. That's not maturity. That's captivity. And you've outgrown it. So what does betrayal look like in energetic terms? It looks like saying yes to opportunities your old self couldn't have handled, refusing to defend your limitations, speaking from your new center without explaining the shift, holding a boundary even if your past would have caved, laughing freely without scanning the room, choosing a new environment and not feeling guilty. These aren't betrayals of others. These are betrayals of old contracts. And those contracts were written in survival, not truth. Let's get more tactical. Here are 3 acts of sacred betrayal you must initiate to complete the collapse. 1. Betray the pattern that raised you. There's a pattern, maybe several, that taught you how to be in the world. Be quiet, be strong, be useful, be agreeable, be careful. This pattern helped you survive. It gave you structure. But now it's the ceiling. And the moment you say, I no longer perform this way, you create a breach in the old timeline. The field notices, because the field is built on pattern continuity. And when continuity ends, collapse begins. This betrayal isn't verbal. It's energetic noncompliance. You stop being who the pattern trained you to be. Not with anger, but with certainty. And the pattern dies. 2. Betray the voice of self-doubt. This voice isn't yours. It's a composite of conditioning, fear, and outdated energy. It speaks in repetition. It sounds like protection, but it's just a loop wearing your voice. You do not reason with this voice. You remove its access. You don't argue. You don't explain. You override. Every time you act in alignment with your next version, even while doubt screams, you betray the emotional contract that kept the loop alive. This is spiritual mutiny, and it works. 3. Betray the timeline that taught you pain first. Many of us were taught that pain is the price of joy. That struggle earns the right to succeed. That suffering is noble. That ease is suspicious. This is a hardwire you must disable. The idea that you must earn peace is a lie. The idea that good things require proof of endurance is outdated. And when you begin to experience ease, flow, alignment, you'll be tempted to self-sabotage, to balance the scales. Don't. That urge is the old timeline begging for relevance. Let it beg, and keep moving. Sacred betrayal doesn't look like rebellion. It looks like calm power, silent clarity, invisible exit. You simply stop being available for what no longer matches, and the universe follows suit. Now, let's be honest. Betraying the past can feel lonely. It may create emotional withdrawal, not from you, from those who only knew how to relate to your old signal. That's not a punishment. It's a clearing. And in that space, new alignments arrive. Not because you chased them, but because your signal finally matched the field you actually belong to. Next, we move from the personal to the inherited, because it's not just your past that's playing out. You're also running scripts from people you've never met, but who live inside your field. Let's uncover that now. You think you're making your own choices. You think your behaviors are yours. Your fears are yours. Your identity is yours. But underneath the surface, there's an echo, a pull, a heaviness that doesn't belong to you, but moves through you. You weren't the first, and your timeline didn't start with you. You were born into a field that was already in motion, and unless consciously interrupted, that field becomes your default. This is ancestral inertia, the unprocessed loops of those who came before you, running silently in your system. Let's break this down with precision. In quantum terms, your field isn't isolated. It's entangled. Your DNA carries more than biology. It carries uncollapsed stories, unresolved energy, emotional blueprints from your lineage. And those blueprints shape your default reality. You may think, I've always struggled with money. I just have trouble with relationships. I'm wired for anxiety. I always feel like I don't belong. But zoom out and you may see a lineage of financial instability, generations of broken or repressed love, a family line marked by trauma, cultural or spiritual exile encoded into your bloodline. This isn't destiny, it's inheritance, and inheritance can be interrupted. There are 3 ways ancestral inertia embeds into your life. 1. Epigenetic transmission. This is the scientific layer. Your genes carry markers influenced by the emotional experiences of your ancestors. Fear, trauma, repression, all leave a chemical imprint. These markers don't change your DNA code. They influence how it's expressed, which means you may be reacting to conditions you never personally experienced, but were handed to you in cellular memory. 2. Familial patterning. This is behavioral and emotional repetition passed through generations. You learn by osmosis. Not just what to do, but what to expect. What's normal in your family becomes the template for your perception of life. Struggle as baseline. Distrust of others. Sacrifice as virtue. Silence as safety. Love as obligation. You didn't agree to these terms, but you're living them, unless you collapse the script. 3. Energetic entanglement. This is the subtle frequency bond between you and your ancestors' unhealed stories. You carry grief you never grieved. You carry rage you've never expressed. You carry silence that was never broken. Why? Because those stories weren't completed, and the field seeks closure. It seeks someone strong enough to collapse what others couldn't. That someone is you. You're not just healing yourself. You're collapsing inherited echoes. You're breaking loops older than your name. And that is sacred work. But how do you do it? Here's the process of interrupting ancestral inertia. Step 1. Name what isn't yours. Begin by observing recurring emotions or patterns that feel disproportionate. Ask, is this reaction truly mine? Who else in my family lived this? What might I be carrying for someone else? The moment you name it, it loses power, because quantum entanglement thrives on anonymity. Step 2. Speak the separation. You must create energetic distance between you and the inherited loop. Say out loud and mean it. I honor the story, but I do not live it. I carry the wisdom, not the wound. I am no longer the container for this frequency. This is not disrespect. It's quantum individuation. Step 3. Ritualize the release. Just as rituals installed the past, rituals collapse it. This may look like lighting a candle and declaring the end of a generational belief, writing a letter to the lineage, then burning it, speaking aloud to an ancestor you never met, letting them know the loop stops with you, creating art, movement, or sound that expresses the unspoken. This act isn't symbolic. It's instructional. You're telling the field, this energy has been witnessed and released. You are not broken. You are broadcasting a frequency that predates your consciousness. And now, you get to change it. Not just for you, but for those who came before, and those who will come after. This is legacy-level collapse. And it begins with you saying, no more. Next, we'll examine how those inherited timelines lock in place, and how to override the script you never chose, but still live in. Because freedom doesn't just mean letting go. It means rewriting reality from the root. Let's continue. You weren't born into a blank canvas. You were born mid-story. A story written by people you never met, in a script you never agreed to, with beliefs you didn't create, and emotional codes that settled into your nervous system long before you had the language to resist them. This isn't metaphor. This is quantum continuity. The past didn't end when your ancestors died. It moved forward, uncollapsed, seeking completion. It landed in you. Inherited timelines are not just traditions or cultural stories. They are actual energetic pathways that inform your perception of possibility. What feels safe? What feels normal? What feels real? And unless disrupted, you begin repeating patterns that were never yours. Not because you agree with them, but because your field was configured before you were even aware you had one. You are not at fault, but you are at choice now. Let's define what an inherited timeline actually is. An inherited timeline is a pre-structured energetic pattern passed through generations that operates as a dominant quantum field until consciously collapsed or replaced. It contains beliefs about identity, emotional defaults, relational blueprints, reaction mechanisms, core expectations about life's fairness, love, struggle, and success. And these aren't just learned. They're embedded, encoded, passed down in the energetic silence between moments, not just words. How do you know you're living inside one? The signs are precise. You experience patterns that logically make no sense but feel inescapable. You feel guilt when you experience joy others before you were denied. You sense emotional burdens you can't trace to any personal event. You sabotage opportunities as if some invisible contract requires it. You feel grief, fear, or anger that doesn't match your lived story. You shrink yourself because expansion feels like disloyalty. You're not repeating your own life. You're continuing a loop that was assigned, not chosen. But here's what shifts everything. You can opt out, not by denying the past, not by vilifying it, but by witnessing it, separating from it, and rebuilding your signal. Here's how. Step 1. Trace the timeline you're living. Ask yourself, what pattern am I living that doesn't feel like it came from me? When I react this way, who else in my family did the same? What limiting belief do I carry that contradicts my own experience? The goal isn't to blame. The goal is to see. Because what you see, you can collapse. Step 2. Collapse the agreement. Every inherited timeline operates through silent contracts. Your work is to revoke the terms. Say aloud, this story ends with me. I return this pattern to its origin. I do not serve this loop. I serve my own frequency. These aren't affirmations. They're quantum declarations. They signal the field that your alignment is no longer conditional on the past. Step 3. Install your own code. Once the inherited script is removed, a vacuum opens. You must fill it, not with fantasy, with field-compatible instruction. Craft new beliefs, not just in words, but in energy. Speak what you live. Feel what you choose. Act as the evidence of the future you claim. For example, instead of I come from lack, I operate from surplus. Instead of my lineage suffered, I honor their survival by thriving. Instead of I am bound by tradition, I create from clarity, not inheritance. This isn't denial. It's deliberate authorship. Inherited timelines end when one person wakes up inside the loop and refuses to keep playing their assigned role. You are that person, and this is that moment. Now we move from collapse to closure, because ending the loop is only part 1. Now you must seal it, so it never returns. Let's continue. Ending your own pattern is powerful. Ending a generational one? That's quantum rebellion. You are not just changing your life. You're stopping a wave that's been rolling forward for centuries. A wave of trauma, of scarcity, of suppression, of silent suffering passed hand to hand until it reached you. And unlike the ones before you, you don't have to carry it. You can collapse the line. But to do that, you must understand how these loops stay alive and how to shut them down at the source. Let's be clear. Multigenerational loops are energy systems, not stories. They survive through repetition, emotion, and resonance. They exist because no one before you had the awareness or tools to interrupt them. That's no one's fault, but it's your opportunity. You're not here to blame your lineage. You're here to break the trance. Let's examine how these loops perpetuate, and then how to end them. 1. Emotional inheritance without completion. Grief, shame, silence, rage, fear. When these are never expressed or resolved, they transfer. They live in the spaces between DNA and identity. You feel them like ghosts in the background. They don't speak, but they shape. You end this by completing the emotion. Not for them, for you. You feel what was never felt. You cry what was never cried. You shake out what was trapped in generations. You move the energy so it doesn't move through the next. 2. Behavioral mimicry. Children copy what they see. Adults repeat what they survived. So if your family dealt with conflict through avoidance, you will likely do the same, until you stop watching and start witnessing. Mimicry ends when conscious contrast begins. You look at the pattern and say, that ends here. I will respond differently. I will not inherit habits just because they're familiar. This creates a rupture, and that rupture shocks the field. 3. Identity enmeshment. Sometimes, you don't just carry a pattern, you become it. You identify with the over-responsible one, the anxious one, the peacekeeper, the wounded one, the self-sacrificer. These aren't identities. They're energetic contracts. And when you choose to dissolve them, not with force, but with truth, the pattern can no longer survive. Why? Because the loop doesn't exist without a character to act it out. Now let's talk closure. How do you end the line permanently? With ritual, with decision, with repetition. Here's the 3-step collapse sequence for multigenerational loops. Step 1, call it what it is. Speak the pattern aloud. Say, this is not mine. This is inherited. This is a continuation I did not consent to. Words reorganize energy. This acknowledgement disarms the pattern's illusion of permanence. Step 2, declare completion. State with finality. This ends with me. No more through me. I carry this no longer. Speak it often. Speak it clearly. Speak it until your field believes you. Step 3, replace the rhythm. This part is crucial. The loop had a rhythm, a behavior, a way of being, a mood. You must install a new rhythm. Example, if your lineage froze in fear, you move with certainty. If they silence truth, you speak without shame. If they dim joy, you amplify it. If they normalize struggle, you live ease as the default. This is more than healing. This is rewiring the reality grid. And yes, it may feel lonely, because you're stepping out of a collective agreement. Others may not understand. Some may push back. Some may even disappear. That's not loss. It's signal correction. Your new field will attract a new collective, one that recognizes your current frequency, not your inherited one. Breaking the line doesn't mean breaking the bond. You can love your lineage without looping it. You can honor your ancestors by refusing to wear their wounds as fashion. Your evolution is not betrayal. It's the reward for their survival. Next, we scale this truth outward. Because if personal fields can carry loops, what happens when billions of people live uncollapsed patterns at the same time? Let's step into the collective field and see what's really going on. Let's continue. Look around. Things are not just changing. They are splintering. They are glitching. They are fracturing, distorting, and unrecognizably rearranging. And no, it's not random. And no, it's not chaos. It's a quantum event. A massive one. What you're witnessing right now across the world, in institutions, cultures, relationships, systems, and beliefs, is not the destruction of order. It's the collapse of unaligned timelines. Simultaneously, society isn't failing. It's trying to reboot. Let's go deeper. The world you've known has been built on momentum, historical, ideological, emotional momentum, belief systems layered over centuries, power structures cemented through repetition, unexamined values preserved by collective agreement. None of it stable, all of it repeated, until now. Because when enough individual fields begin collapsing their personal pasts, the collective field starts to tremble. And that trembling, that's what we call a glitch in the matrix. But it's not a glitch. It's a signal, a pressure release, a mass disruption of the global default frequency. Let's clarify the mechanics. Every time you collapse an old identity, you remove a node from the collective web of that pattern. That means, when you end generational guilt, a guilt frequency in the global field collapses. When you stop operating from scarcity, the scarcity timeline weakens globally. When you refuse inherited shame, the shame loop flickers in others who carry it. You may not see it in real time, but the field does. It responds. It shifts. And when thousands, then millions begin to collapse in parallel, systems rupture. Not because of opposition, but because the energetic scaffolding holding them up has lost enough charge. This is what we are in right now. A mass loss of charge. Institutions losing authority. Social scripts unraveling. Cultural defaults being questioned. Old truths no longer self-sustaining. You might call it confusion, but the field knows better. This is a reconfiguration. And here's the shocking part. It's not just external. It's happening because people like you are no longer feeding the old field. Now this collapse is symptoms. You'll recognize them. Time feels distorted. Emotions spike for no clear reason. Relationships shift without drama. Reality feels off. Even when nothing is happening. Old desires disappear. New truths arrive without explanation. This isn't instability. This is field destabilization as it searches for a new dominant frequency. And that frequency will be determined by the strongest available pattern. That's where you come in. Because your internal field contributes to the global default, which means your alignment is not personal growth, it's planetary participation. Let's be precise. The global field is made up of agreement patterns, what we believe is real, frequency accumulation, the emotional tone of the collective, timeline consensus, what stories we believe are probable. When enough people stop agreeing with the particular story, it begins to fade. Not politically, quantum mechanically. This is why activism alone often fails, because the frequency under the protest remains unchanged. But collapse from within, unglamorous, invisible, consistent timeline work. That's where the field loses its script. And that's what's happening now. The scripts are unraveling. And for the first time in recorded history, we can feel it as it happens. Still, collapse doesn't mean upgrade, not automatically. The space left by the old must be filled deliberately. If not, recycled loops will re-emerge in new costumes. That's why glitching is followed by polarization. Some cling harder, some leap forward, some dissociate entirely. Your work is to anchor the new pattern in the midst of the unraveling, to hold coherence when the grid flickers, to trust alignment over panic, to broadcast the frequency of what comes next, not what's falling apart. Now you've seen the world glitching. Next we explore how your personal transformation acts as a microcosmic command that reshapes the entire collective story. You'll discover why your inner field is not small, it's fractal, and how it pulses instructions into the global field every time you collapse something. Let's continue. The world doesn't operate on facts. It operates on agreements. The idea that something is real is less about truth and more about consensus. Consensus among enough people that something is solid, valid, acceptable, permanent. Consensus that a system works. Consensus that a rule matters. Consensus that life must look a certain way. You've been told reality is objective, but that's an illusion. What you're living is a collectively held projection, stabilized by belief. And the good news? What is agreed upon can be withdrawn from. You were born into a set of global agreements. Time moves linearly. Money must be earned through effort. You have to find your purpose. Authority knows better. Growth requires pain. Reality is what your five senses can detect. These agreements were installed before you were conscious. They were not debated. They were inherited. And you've been unconsciously contributing to them. Not because you believe in them, but because you didn't realize you had the right to withdraw your vote. That right is yours now. Let's make this plain. Reality is made of fields, not facts. And fields organize themselves around agreement structures. You can think of each belief, personal or collective, as a vote cast into the quantum field. Each time someone repeats or reacts to an idea, they reinforce it. That reinforcement stabilizes the pattern, and the pattern becomes reality. Not because it's ultimate truth, but because enough people are holding the loop. When enough votes are cast in the same direction, the field locks in. This is how truth becomes systemic. But truth isn't fixed, and agreement is an obligation. You can opt out of any reality loop you no longer wish to participate in. You don't need permission. You need clarity and energetic noncompliance. Let's look at some examples. 1. Scarcity agreement. Most of the world operates under a scarcity agreement. There isn't enough time, money, love, attention, safety. This isn't because of reality. It's because of repeated agreement. You were likely raised inside a field where this was assumed. And unless interrupted, you participate by default. The moment you collapse that belief, you withdraw your vote. You stop stabilizing scarcity in the global field. And suddenly, that field loses a node. Just one at first. But when thousands begin to opt out, the pattern collapses. Reality shifts. 2. Suffering is worth. There's a deeply embedded agreement that success or fulfillment must be earned through pain. No pain, no gain. Work hard. Then maybe you get a reward. Suffering earns you identity. This is not law. It's a storyline upheld by collective endurance. You can collapse it by refusing to associate pain with virtue, by choosing ease without guilt, by normalizing joy, presence, peace, now. Again, withdrawal equals disruption. The more people stop unconsciously feeding these fields, the weaker they become, and the less stable the illusion. The more reality becomes malleable. But most people don't know they're voting. They think they're reacting to how things are. Here's the truth. You're not reacting to facts. You're reinforcing frequency scripts. And now that you know, you're accountable for your contribution. So, how do you change reality? Withdraw from a script. Stop stabilizing the lie. Collapse the agreement within yourself. And live according to a new one, in full frequency. Not just theory. Say it aloud. I no longer contribute to this field. I revoke my vote. I collapse this agreement in my body, mind, and field. I operate from the truth I choose. This isn't rebellion. It's quantum reformatting. And it's your power. But something even bigger happens when enough people collapse a shared illusion. A threshold is reached. And when that threshold tips, the entire matrix changes. Let's explore that next. You've been doing the work. You've been collapsing timelines, patterns, stories, and fields. Not just for you, but for everything you touch. And as you collapse, others feel the tremor. It echoes out, invisible but undeniable. You're not the only one doing this. The number is growing. The signal is strengthening. And soon, it hits critical mass. This is where everything accelerates. Let's define this clearly. Critical mass is the minimum energetic threshold required for a pattern to collapse systemically. Not just individually, but collectively. Think of it like water boiling. At 99 degrees Celsius, nothing seems to change. The water is hot, agitated, but it's still water. Then one more degree, and the entire structure changes. Liquid becomes vapor. A phase shift occurs. That last degree didn't do it alone. It was the culmination of consistent, unrelenting heat. That's you. Every collapse you've made. Every shift you've stabilized. Every moment you chose coherence over chaos. You turned up the temperature. And now, the field is about to boil. Critical mass for collective quantum change isn't 100%. It's not even 50%. In most energetically closed systems, it's less than 10%. Why? Because new frequency patterns don't require majority rule. They require coherent consistency from a focused minority, which means you don't need the whole world to collapse their past. You need enough people sustaining the new field long enough to destabilize the old. The moment the threshold is reached, change becomes irreversible. This is why alignment matters now more than ever, because your field isn't just stabilizing your timeline. It's adding to the momentum of a tipping point, a point where limiting systems can no longer hold. Emotional defaults across the population begin to shift. New behaviors emerge spontaneously in places you've never been. Reality bends in favor of the new pattern, faster than logic can track. You'll see it in small ways at first. Language changing in casual conversations. Institutions softening, loosening, glitching. Mass questioning of things once considered sacred. Unexplainable synchronicities increasing. Ease showing up in spaces that used to feel impossible. These are not anomalies. They are evidence of collapse reaching scale. But critical mass also comes with resistance, because the old field senses its own unraveling, and it will intensify efforts to reassert itself. This looks like polarization ramping up, old systems doubling down, fear narratives accelerating, Emotional overwhelm increasing. Urgency to return to how things used to be. This isn't a regression. It's a death rattle. And you must hold your signal through it. Because just like that final degree of heat before water boils, your field might be the exact moment that tips it all. Let's talk about your role. Your responsibility isn't to convert others. It's not to fight the old. It's to hold. Hold your collapse. Hold your clarity. Hold your coherence. Hold your frequency, even when the world spins. Because every sustained signal contributes to the restructuring. Every inner shift accelerates the external shift. Every person in alignment with their quantum truth becomes a node in the new grid. You are not just a participant. You are an anchor point. And when the new pattern becomes self-sustaining, the collapse completes. The matrix reconfigures. And what was once impossible becomes normal. Just like that. Next, we explore what this new field looks like. Not as a theory, but as a living, breathing timeline. It's not in the future. It's already here. And it's waiting for your frequency to match. Let's continue. You've been working to collapse, to interrupt, to shift, to withdraw from the old codes, systems, and timelines. But what's on the other side of collapse? The answer is simple. A new field. It's not coming. It's not being built. It's already here, just not widely accessed yet. The emerging field doesn't require more time to form. It requires more alignment to activate. You don't wait for it. You tune to it. Let's be clear. This new field isn't a utopia. It's not perfection. It's not fantasy. It's a structurally different frequency space where timelines are more malleable. Energetic congruence is required. Co-creation overrides competition. Transparency dissolves manipulation. Manifestation becomes more rapid, for better or worse. Identity becomes fluid, and fixed roles dissolve. This is not a theory. It's already functioning. But it's operating like a private server, and only those who collapse the past have the login credentials. So what does the emerging field feel like? Here are the primary qualities. 1. Coherence over conflict. This field does not reward resistance or manipulation. It responds to signal strength. The more internally coherent you are, the more the field responds with ease, speed, and clarity. Drama, confusion, blame, these distortions get ignored. The field won't play with them. That means reality doesn't punish anymore. It simply stops responding when you aren't aligned. 2. Acceleration of feedback. In the old field, you could run loops for years without seeing results. Patterns took forever to surface. Here, feedback is fast. The moment you shift, emotionally, mentally, energetically, reality begins to morph around you. This applies both directions. Light yourself. The field reflects distortion immediately. Stay congruent. It starts moving timelines at speed. No more delay. Only reflection. 3. Identity fluidity. This field doesn't require you to be consistent. It requires you to be authentic in the moment. You can release old personas with no backlash. You can change direction without needing to explain. You can update your desires without apology. Because identity in this field is not fixed, it's functional. You use it to match the task, not to trap your sense of self. 4. Synchronization over strategy. You don't have to push, plan, and force things anymore. You operate from resonance, not hustle. That means the right connections show up without searching. The right information arrives before you ask. The path lights up under your feet, step by step. This isn't magic, it's signal alignment. Strategy becomes a tool, not a master. 5. Neutrality is power. You don't collapse the new field by obsessing over outcomes. You collapse it by staying neutral and available. That means you aren't addicted to results. You aren't seduced by fear. You aren't polarized by the noise. You stand inside your frequency, steady. That's the access point. So why isn't everyone living in this new field already? Because it requires the collapse of the emotional residue of the past. It can't stabilize in people who haven't ended their loops. The old frequency literally repels it. The field is available, but not compatible with incoherence. Let's talk access. How do you get into the emerging field? You don't move to it. You match it. Here's how. Release identity anchors. Forgive timelines, not just people. Stop negotiating with your old self. Speak only what you're available to receive. Move toward what expands you, no matter how subtle. Trust neutrality as a valid energetic state. When your field matches the vibration of the new grid, it locks in. And once locked, the field brings new variables online. People, ideas, resources, paths. You don't chase them. You hold and they arrive. Next, we explore how to stay in the emerging field. Because this isn't a visit. It's a life. You must align in real time, over and over, until your default setting is no longer survival, but signal. Let's continue. Now that you've accessed the emerging field, there's one more quantum requirement. Staying there. Not just visiting when you meditate. Not just glimpsing it in brief moments of clarity, but maintaining a baseline frequency where your reality continues to reflect your future, not your past. This is what we call field alignment. And it's not a mood. It's a decision. Let's define it clearly. Field alignment is the ongoing, embodied agreement to stabilize your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors with the future version of you that already exists. It's not visualization. It's not journaling. It's not affirming. It's being the collapsed signal of what's coming next now. This means you walk, speak, respond, and create as if the future is already loaded in the field. Because it has. Your job is not to make it happen. Your job is to stop contradicting it. Let's look at the core components of field alignment. 1. Thought hygiene. Your thoughts are not just private. They're electrical signals interacting with your chosen timeline. Every repeated thought sends a pulse to the quantum field. This is what I'm aligned with. Mirror this. So if your thoughts keep drifting to doubt, guilt, shame, or worry, even subtly, the field receives mixed instructions. Thought hygiene means catching that drift immediately, not forcing positivity, but correcting signal pollution. You say, that thought doesn't match my future. I release that signal. I think like the version of me that already lives where I'm headed. That's clarity. 2. Emotional congruence. The field doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to what you feel safe living. That means if you say you want abundance, but emotionally collapse around receiving, the field doesn't judge you. It just mirrors your true signal. Field alignment requires that your emotional state agrees with your chosen future. And when it doesn't, you pause. You reset. You signal again. This doesn't mean you avoid hard emotions. It means you don't let them run your frequency. 3. Response calibration. Field alignment isn't tested in meditation. It's tested in conflict, delay, and confusion. How do you respond when things don't go your way? That's where alignment reveals itself. If your response to contrast is to collapse, doubt, complain, or panic, the field adjusts your reflection to match that. If your response is stillness, clarity, neutrality, or creative redirection, the field upgrades your trajectory. This is not spiritual bypassing. It's quantum command. Every response is a spell. 4. Pattern refusal. The old you will try to reemerge, not because it's strong, but because it's familiar. And when that happens, field alignment means you don't argue, wrestle, or delay. You refuse the pattern. Not harshly, not with shame. You say, with calm authority, that's not my field anymore. That sentence is a timeline stabilizer. 5. Present time awareness. Field alignment is not about obsessing over the future. It's about living as if the future has already happened, and your only job is to stay present as the version who already knows. This means you don't overanalyze. You don't rehearse conversations. You don't future trip. You don't bargain with outcomes. You live here now, but from the posture of it's already done. Because it is. Now let's address a key challenge. Your environment may not match your field. Yet. So how do you maintain alignment when reality still reflects the old timeline? Answer. You don't collapse into appearances. You treat your current environment as a temporary lag, not a contradiction. You continue signaling. You continue embodying, and the field catches up. This lag is not failure. It's physics. The signal arrives first. then the structure reorganizes. There's no timeline more stable than one chosen without panic. So stay steady. You are not maintaining a fantasy. You are sustaining a quantum instruction, and your only job is to not interrupt it with fear, impatience, or doubt. Next, we explore the behaviors, rituals, and environments that keep you anchored inside your chosen reality, not as effort, but as your new default identity. It's time to automate the alignment. Let's continue. You've met the new you. You've tasted alignment. You've felt the shift in your field, your perception, your responses. But now comes the work of anchoring, because your transformation isn't complete when you access a new timeline. It completes when that timeline becomes so natural, so normal, so stable, that the old version of you couldn't survive in your current frequency if it tried. This is quantum anchoring. It's how you make the new you the default signal, not a performance, not a temporary state, but your literal baseline. And once this happens, the universe stops testing you. It starts obeying. Let's be real. The most dangerous part of transformation is the middle. When you've left the old but haven't yet automated the new. You're walking between worlds, and the gravitational pull of the old identity still tugs at your nervous system. Quantum anchoring prevents relapse. It replaces the pull of the past with the weight of the future. Because now, instead of trying to be different, you simply are different. Let's look at what's required. To anchor the new you, 3 things must shift. Your inner dialogue, your daily behavior patterns, your energetic environment. If even one of those reverts, the anchor weakens, and the field begins mirroring the old timeline again. Let's start with the most underestimated component, self-talk. 1. Inner dialogue as quantum stabilizer. Your internal narrative is the glue between your current self and your future signal. It's the script your field listens to more than anything else. If you've shifted externally but still narrate your life as if you're waiting, struggling, unsure, or unworthy, your field takes that as the dominant instruction. Anchoring means rewriting the internal loop until it becomes automatic. Instead of, I hope this works, this is already aligning. I'm trying to change. I've already shifted. I need clarity. I create clarity with every step. I can't figure this out. My field is reorganizing with ease. You don't say it to convince yourself. You say it because it's now your operating system. Now, let's move to behavior loops. 2. Daily habits as field coders. Every habit is a vote for your identity. It's a physical echo of your chosen self. Quantum anchoring means your behaviors must match your broadcast. You don't need to overhaul your life overnight. You need to change what you normalize. Ask yourself, what does the future version of me say yes to daily? What do they no longer tolerate? What energy do they walk into a room with? What do they never justify, explain, or delay? Then start acting that way now, even in small, private ways, because consistency beats intensity. Anchor the signal by making your future self's choices boring, predictable, daily. That's when the field says, oh, this is who you are now. And it upgrades accordingly. Now onto your surroundings. 3. Environment as quantum reinforcement. Environment includes the people you talk to, the spaces you live in, the media you consume, the energy you swim in. Anchoring the new you means curating your field, not from ego or avoidance, but from clarity. The wrong environment will destabilize you faster than the right affirmation can rescue you. Audit it ruthlessly. If a room, a platform, a relationship, or a ritual pulls you back into an outdated vibration, it cannot come with you. This doesn't mean becoming isolated. It means becoming electromagnetically loyal to your evolution. You do not compromise your signal to maintain comfort for others. Not anymore. Anchoring is devotion, not performance. It's not about appearing aligned. It's about being so stable in your frequency that the field stops testing you and starts trusting you. It recognizes your signal as consistent and builds your reality accordingly. This is the inflection point, where your identity becomes more than new. It becomes non-negotiable. And once that happens, it's time for the final collapse. Not of habits, not of loops, but of identity itself. Let's continue. This is the edge. You've collapsed stories. You've rerouted timelines. You've held new frequencies long enough to feel the shift. But now, there's one last signal that must be dissolved. Not just updated. Not just upgraded. Dissolved. It's the identity you've worn to survive the old timeline. The identity built around pain. Around strategy. Around performance, defense, approval, anticipation. It got you here. But it won't take you further. This is ego death. And it's not poetic. It's precise. Let's clarify something. Ego isn't evil. It's not the villain. It's the code of the personality you had to form to survive a distorted field. It's how you move through noise, rejection, delay, trauma, expectation. But the problem is, the ego assumes permanence. It doesn't know when to shut off, even when you've outgrown its usefulness. So you end up with behaviors, beliefs, and triggers that no longer match your field, but still dominate your reactions. This is misalignment. This is field drag. And this is what ego death resolves. Let's identify the layers. Ego expresses through 5 primary mechanisms: defensive narratives, reactive loops, attachment to recognition, addiction to control, fear of identity dissolution. Ego doesn't like to feel invisible, irrelevant, or erased. But that's exactly what must happen, because the version of you that collapsed the past doesn't need the same armor anymore. So how do you dissolve it? You don't fight it. You don't shame it. You simply refuse to feed it. Let's walk through each layer. 1. Defensive narratives. Ego says, I need to explain myself. They need to understand. I must prove my point. The collapse. Silence. Not passivity, sovereignty. You no longer perform your pain for validation. You no longer narrate your past to justify your evolution. You stop telling the old story, even to yourself. 2. Reactive loops. Ego flares when triggered. It wants to correct, retaliate, shut down, run away. You interrupt the loop by not taking the bait. You witness the urge and do nothing. This doing nothing is quantum recoding, because when you don't react, the ego loses its job. And when it loses its job, it begins to dissolve. 3. Attachment to recognition. Ego thrives on applause, approval, and visibility. It wants credit. It wants acknowledgement. But in the field of quantum rebirth, no one's watching. No one's clapping. No one's waiting to approve your alignment. The new self operates from internal feedback only. You don't wait to be seen. You stabilize yourself by your own calibration. That's freedom. 4. Addiction to control. Ego plans to avoid pain. It micromanages to feel safe. But your future timeline doesn't need a plan. It needs a match. You collapse the control impulse by letting outcomes be irrelevant. You commit to action, not results. You hold the field, not the script. And the ego, it begins to dissolve when it realizes it's no longer in charge of protection. 5. Fear of identity dissolution. This is the big one. The ego's deepest fear is not death. It's irrelevance. That who you were for years is no longer necessary. But here's the truth. The ego dies, and you remain. Because underneath the armor, the loops, the noise, you were always still there. The field doesn't need your mask. It needs your essence. So what happens after ego death? Silence, stillness, then clarity, then rebirth. A new signal emerges. One you've never broadcast before, because it wasn't available until now. It's not upgraded. It's unveiled. The quantum self, the true observer, finally steps forward, and the universe responds. Next, you meet that version, not as a metaphor, not as a concept, as your new command. Let's continue. The ego has collapsed. The scaffolding is gone. The old narratives, stripped of their emotional charge, no longer echo through your field. What remains? A silence, a space, a signal. Not empty, but available. Not blank, but unwritten. This is where you meet the quantum self, not as an ideal, not as a fantasy, but as the natural consequence of everything you've already collapsed. You didn't create this self. You uncovered it. The quantum self has always existed. It just couldn't express itself while the past was still broadcasting. Now the signal is clear. Let's define it without mysticism. The quantum self is the version of you that exists beyond the personality, operates independent of history, generates timelines through signal, not strategy, feels the field before it acts, lives as the observer, not the reactor, does not beg reality to shift, it expects it to match. This version isn't better. It's cleaner, because it isn't loaded with noise. It doesn't carry guilt, identity fragments, ancestral overlays, or looping projections. It operates from neutrality, not detachment, but calm authorship. It sees. It signals. It receives. Let's go deeper. You've spent most of your life reacting. To memory. To people. To environments. To fear. To outcomes. The quantum self doesn't react. It registers. It senses fluctuations in the field and moves in alignment with its chosen signal. No pushing. No begging. No hesitation. Because it doesn't need certainty. It is the certainty. Let's be clear. This isn't about becoming robotic or untouchable. The quantum self feels everything, but it doesn't personalize anything. It doesn't attach meaning to emotional waves. It doesn't try to narrate what's unfolding in real time. It just stays inside the broadcast. This is who I am now. And everything organizes around that. Here's how to recognize when the quantum self is online. You stop needing external proof to trust your direction. You feel unshakable, even when the field is silent. You don't chase signs. You become the signal. You act without checking your old fears first. You feel less like you're becoming something, and more like you've returned. It doesn't mean you never feel discomfort. It means discomfort doesn't destabilize your identity. That's how you know collapse has worked. But let's make this usable. To live from the quantum self, you must stay in observer state. This doesn't mean passive watching. It means you don't mistake the temporary for the truth. You see thoughts arise, and you don't follow. You see emotions surface, and you don't label. You watch the external field move, and you don't flinch. You hold the signal. I am the observer, the creator, the authority of this timeline. And when that signal holds for long enough, reality bends, not because you forced it, because you stopped wavering. Now here's the key. You are always in a state of becoming. But the quantum self is not becoming, it's being. Being is not a practice. It's a posture. It says, I don't need more proof. I don't need more signs. I don't need confirmation before I choose. I don't need others to align before I stabilize. That's sovereignty, and that's the field's favorite frequency. So here's your new default. When confusion arises, observe. When temptation to explain yourself arises, observe. When the past sends an echo, observe. When the world demands a reaction, observe. You are no longer inside the loop. You're watching it dissolve. The quantum self isn't distant. It's the real you now uncovered. And now that you've met this version of yourself, next you live from it. Not as a concept, as a daily transmission. Let's continue. The future doesn't arrive. It's embodied. Not someday. Not when everything lines up. But now, in how you speak, act, breathe, respond, and broadcast your signal moment to moment. This is embodiment. The culmination of collapse. The embodiment of alignment. And make no mistake, this is the most radical act in the quantum field. To live as if what you've chosen is already true. Because once you do, the field is no longer a question. It's an echo. Let's define it. Embodiment is the daily, grounded, visceral living expression of the version of you that no longer negotiates with the past. It's not energy work. It's not visualization. It's not ritual. It's breath. It's movement. It's tone of voice. It's what you allow and what you refuse. It's not acting as if. It's not acting at all. It's being. Most people conceptualize change. You're going to normalize it, which means you stop waiting for evidence. You become the evidence. If you've chosen a timeline where abundance is your default, you no longer behave like someone waiting to be chosen. You walk like your field is overflowing. You speak without anticipation. You decide from ease, not anxiety. If you've chosen a timeline of sovereign relationships, you stop performing to be understood. You stop tolerating half energy. You don't teach people how to meet you. You meet yourself fully and let that calibrate your reality. This is what embodiment does. It deletes contradiction from your field, and that's what makes your timeline magnetic. Here's the pattern. First, you collapse the past. Then, you stabilize the new field. Now you inhabit it fully. And the moment you do, you shift from initiation to automation. Because embodiment teaches the universe what to keep sending you. Not what you hope for, what you've normalized. Let's ground this further. Embodiment shows up in subtle cues. What thoughts you allow to repeat. How you sit, stand, walk into rooms. How much silence you require before speaking. What kind of time you give to yourself. The language you use to describe your present. The choices you make under pressure. There's no performance here. Just frequency management. Every decision says, "This is who I am." And the field listens. But let's name the trap. Many people collapse, but don't live the shift. They get the insight. They feel the transformation, but they still dress like the past. Still speak like the past. Still organize their day from fear, control, or compensation. Insight without embodiment is just delay. Collapse without integration is just a mood. This isn't about dramatic reinvention. It's about subtle frequency fidelity. The version of you that lives your next future is not more impressive. They're more honest. With themselves. With their choices. With the vibration they allow. So here's the mirror. What are you still rehearsing? What identity still lingers in your gestures? What timelines are you quietly stabilizing through habit? You don't need to purge. You need to re-inhabit. Fully. Now. And once you start living this way, here's what happens. People reflect back new levels of respect and resonance. Decisions become obvious, not forced. Time stretches and compresses in your favor. Conflict disappears or solves itself. The field responds faster, with sharper clarity. You feel done, not finished, but deeply grounded. Because embodiment tells the universe, I'm no longer signaling possibility. I'm signaling inevitability. And inevitability doesn't need help. It just needs consistency. This is the final proof of collapse. Not that you understand more, but that you do less to prove it. You simply live it. And your reality conforms. This is the art. This is the discipline. This is the reward. Next, we build a daily system that keeps embodiment locked in. Not a mindset. A collapse protocol, designed to keep your quantum state stable, sovereign, and field reactive. Let's continue. You've met the quantum self. You've begun embodying your future. But reality has a gravity, and the past, if not interrupted, still has inertia. That's why you need a collapse protocol. A structured, daily system to keep the past from reasserting itself, and to keep the field aligned to your signal. Without it, old loops can sneak back in, not because they're stronger, but because you forgot to reinforce the signal. Collapse is not a one-time decision. It's a daily choice, and this protocol ensures you keep choosing. Let's start with this premise. Every day, your field either broadcasts the new signal, or slips back into a loop. It doesn't matter what you intend. It only matters what you reinforce. So the purpose of a collapse protocol is simple. To interrupt quantum drag before it starts, and to stabilize your identity inside the timeline you've already chosen, not as theory, but as physiology, as vibration, as breath, as behavior. Here's what this protocol includes. Morning calibration, in-motion field checks, behavioral anchoring, evening field reclamation. This isn't a routine. It's a ritual system for reality control. Let's break it down. 1. Morning calibration. Your quantum signal starts before your feet hit the floor. That moment between sleep and waking, it's your access point to pure field command. Because the subconscious is still open, the ego hasn't activated, and you can encode your frequency with surgical precision. Before checking your phone, before speaking, you set the tone with this thought. I remember who I am. I remember where I live now. The past is gone, and I do not rehearse it. Then you breathe, and you speak the frequency of your future timeline aloud. Not affirmations, declarations. I exist inside peace. I expect clarity. I act without permission. I create from enoughness. I collapse contradiction. Feel them vibrate, not as poetry, but as quantum code. The field begins listening the moment you speak as the future. 2. In motion field checks. Throughout your day, collapse must be maintained in motion. That means while working, speaking, eating, reacting, you check your field. How? By asking one question. Is this action reinforcing my chosen timeline or sneaking it past one? That email you're about to send, that pause before replying, that tone in your voice, every one is a signal. You pause, you recalibrate, you proceed, or interrupt. This makes your day a series of energetic elections. You're constantly casting votes for who you are now. That's sovereignty. 3. Behavioral anchoring. Each day must contain at least one act that your old self would have delayed, avoided, or resisted. Why? Because your body learns fastest through contradiction. You're not proving anything. You're teaching your nervous system that this is now normal. Make a request without softening your tone. Say no without explanation. Invest in something without justifying. Sit in stillness instead of seeking validation. Walk into a room like it's already yours. That act anchors collapse into the body and anchors your field into the new grid. This is how embodiment hardens into identity. 4. Evening field reclamation. Before bed, collapse your day. Literally, you scan your moments, not to judge, but to reclaim your signal. Where did you wobble? Where did the past get a vote? Where did you delay your own authority? Then, you close loops with energetic statements. I collapse the version of me who tolerated that. I revoke that signal from my field. I extract all energy I left behind today. I bring myself fully back into this now. You don't go to sleep in yesterday's frequency. You clear it, so you can wake in neutrality. This is the collapse protocol, and it's non-negotiable if you're serious about field authority, because the past doesn't need permission to return. It only needs your attention, and this system denies it, every single day. But now that you've installed a structure, let's go further, because collapse is not just mental or energetic. It's biological. Your food, your sleep, your breath, your space, all of it broadcasts. And if you want to stay inside your new timeline, you must start living like you belong there. Let's continue. You've recalibrated your thoughts. You've collapsed your loops. You've structured your days to reinforce the signal. Now comes the ultimate embodiment, making your biology match your reality. Because collapse isn't just energetic, it's physiological. Your body, if left unchecked, will run programs from your past, through hormones, through cravings, through nervous system memory, and that biological inertia can undo months of fieldwork. Unless you align your biology with your chosen timeline. That's timeline living. Let's begin with this truth. Your body isn't resisting change. It's simply loyal to whatever you've repeated most. So if you've lived in stress, uncertainty, scarcity, or control, your body will try to recreate that, even after your mind has evolved. This is not sabotage. It's repetition. And it's your job to interrupt it. Through rhythm, through inputs, through sleep, through stillness, through ritualized contradiction. Let's break it down into 4 systems: breath discipline, nutritional frequency, sleep architecture, environmental resonance. These are your physiological collapse anchors. 1. Breath discipline. Your breath is the first to panic when your field wobbles. It shortens, it shallows, it signals survival, and the field responds by mirroring that frequency. Timeline living means consciously managing your breath as a command to the quantum. Before important conversations, before decisions, before rest, breathe as if nothing is urgent, because in your chosen timeline, nothing is. This is a mindfulness. This is field dominance through oxygen regulation. Try this. 4 count inhale. 6 count exhale. Hold awareness in the chest. Repeat until your thoughts slow to match the breath. Now you're signaling, this is my new normal. And the body begins obeying. 2. Nutritional frequency. Food isn't just fuel. It's information. Every bite tells your body what timeline you're living in. When you eat from guilt, rush, or numbness, you're rehearsing survival. When you eat with presence, intention, and self-regard, you're stabilizing sovereignty. Ask yourself, would the future version of me eat this way? Does this food feel like abundance or punishment? Am I honoring my vessel or silencing it? You don't need perfect nutrition. You need aligned nourishment. Food becomes an act of field loyalty, and your cells update accordingly. 3. Sleep architecture. You cannot sustain quantum embodiment without rest. Sleep is when the field processes new configurations, when the ego resets, when identity integrates. If you carry conflict, stimulation, or judgment into sleep, you delay collapse. So timeline living requires a sleep ritual. Screens off 60 minutes before bed. No reactive content before sleep. Light movement or stretching to clear energy. Spoken intention. I allow collapse to complete through rest. You're not sleeping. You're signaling, and the field listens. 4. Environmental resonance. Your space either amplifies or confuses your signal. Timeline living means you curate your environment to match your chosen identity. That means clean, uncluttered energy. Objects that speak to your next future. Removal of visual echoes from outdated versions of yourself. Colors, scents, light, and layout that stabilize your frequency. This isn't about aesthetics. It's quantum hygiene. Your space should say, this person lives in alignment. If it doesn't, update it. Not someday. Today. The goal here is full spectrum coherence, where your inner signal, your biology, your rhythms, and your space all match. And when that happens, you no longer have to effort toward collapse. You're simply living inside the field you once imagined. Effort becomes presence. Progress becomes rhythm. Manifestation becomes stability. You're no longer chasing timelines. You've become one. Next, we explore advanced collapse. Not just how to maintain your field, but how to bend it, to edit memories, to manipulate time, to collapse multiple loops at once. You're ready now. Let's continue. By now, you've stabilized your field. You're no longer reacting. You're creating. No longer seeking signs. You're issuing instructions. You've learned to collapse, anchor, embody, and broadcast. But reality is still more flexible than you've dared to believe. There's another layer, a deeper field of access, where time is not fixed, where memories aren't permanent, where your entire trajectory can be recoded in minutes, not months. This is advanced collapse. And it's not about complexity. It's about authority. Because once you understand this, the past no longer defines you. The future no longer intimidates you. And the field becomes your echo, not your judge. Let's start with time. The belief that time is linear is the most persistent illusion you've inherited. Yes, clocks tick. Yes, calendars flip. Yes, history seems behind you. But in the quantum field, time is non-local. All moments exist as concurrent vibrational options until chosen. This means the past isn't fixed. The future isn't distant. You can change now by re-signaling either direction. That's what time bending really is. Not controlling time, but choosing your location inside it. Let's break that down. Your identity is anchored by 3 temporal anchors. Memory, projection, interpretation. Memory says, this happened. Projection says, that might happen. Interpretation says, here's what it all means. These are all collapsible, which means the entire structure of who you've been is mutable. That's the first power, memory editing. Not denial, not delusion, but revision. Here's how it works. Every time you remember something, you re-enter the signal field of that moment. You fire the same neural pathways. You emit the same emotional frequency. You restabilize the version of you that lived through that story. This is why people stay stuck in the past. Not because it happened, but because they keep reactivating it. Memory, in this way, becomes identity glue. But when you revisit a memory and observer state with neutrality, not emotion, and apply a new meaning, the quantum field updates. Because now you're no longer emitting from that pain. You're observing from freedom. And that shifts your trajectory. Try this now. Call up a moment you keep repeating. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" ask, "What did this event give me energetically that I can now use?" Notice how your breath changes. Speak this. I collapse the identity that formed from this moment. I keep the power. I release the residue. Now you've just edited memory. Not to erase it, to reclaim it. This is field flipping. You turn a trauma anchor into a timeline launchpad. But it gets even more radical. You can also collapse future echoes. That means you stop broadcasting fear about what hasn't happened yet. You feel the pattern. You hear the anxious thought. You sense the future spiral beginning. And you cut it. Not with logic, with vibration. How? By choosing neutrality in advance. This is time bending from the front end. You're saying, I collapse the frequency of outcomes I do not choose. I permit only signals that match the self I've become. This isn't spiritual bypass. It's timeline command. And now comes the final layer, parallel self-alignment. Because within the field, there are multiple versions of you still active. Each one locked in a different timeline. Each one broadcasting a slightly different signal. Each one waiting for your attention. Advanced collapse means choosing which version gets your vote. Which means you ask, who do I keep stabilizing through habit? Who do I feel most curious about becoming? Which version feels electric in my body? Not just desirable in theory. Then, you move toward that version. Fast, directly, physically. You behave as if the switch has occurred, and refuse to wobble. The field reconfigures. This is why collapse isn't spiritual. It's structural. It's architectural. It's physiological. And when you operate at this level, life doesn't unfold. You unfold it. You interrupt time. You rewrite memory. You pull future into now. You flatten loops. You silence old echoes. You don't wait to be shown alignment. You become the proof. And once this level is stable, the field responds with precision. That precision often looks like magic. Let's continue. Let's be unapologetically clear. Quantum miracles are real. Not because the universe bends the rules for you, but because you stopped reinforcing the old rules. When collapse is complete, and the field stabilizes in your favor, reality begins to behave in ways that logic can't explain. This is what people call synchronicity, or manifestation. But let's not dilute it. These are not random blessings. They're field responses, and they serve one primary purpose: to show you, undeniably, that your signal has taken hold, that you've exited the old matrix, that the loop no longer owns you, that the universe is echoing you with detail. Let's clarify something important. A miracle in this context is not defined by size. It's defined by impossibility. The thing that shouldn't happen, based on your past. The outcome that violates your old identity. The moment that arrives before you asked, because you already became the version of you that receives it. This is what a quantum glitch looks like. It's the breakdown of probability in favor of possibility. Examples include, you think of someone, and they message seconds later. An opportunity appears exactly in the form you imagined. A long-standing issue resolves without your interference. You feel internal peace in the exact situation that once triggered panic. Money arrives from a channel you never pursued. You receive clarity in the middle of uncertainty. You say no and feel more supported, not punished. These aren't coincidences. They're confirmations. They say, your field is broadcasting something new, and the grid is reorganizing around it. Here's how to work with quantum miracles. 1. Do not reduce them to luck. 2. Do not demand them on a schedule. 3. Do not doubt them because others can't relate. 4. Document them immediately, because the ego will always try to minimize what doesn't fit the old pattern. It will say, that was just timing. That's not sustainable. Don't get too comfortable. You just imagined it. You interrupt that doubt by anchoring the miracle in memory. You say, I saw it. I received it. I normalize it. That's how you scale it. Now let's explore the most common reasons people block quantum miracles. They still expect struggle to precede reward. They doubt outcomes that feel too easy. They ask for proof before stabilizing a new identity. They focus more on control than coherence. Miracles cannot be managed. They can only be matched. And they only enter fields that are emotionally congruent with receiving, which means you must learn to feel safe in the unexpected, to receive without tension, to hold joy without bracing, to let the good things stay. That's the real miracle. Because most people aren't afraid miracles won't come. They're afraid they will, and they won't know how to live in them. That's collapse resistance. That's identity discomfort. And it's solvable. You simply rehearse joy until it stops feeling like trespassing. You rehearse ease until it becomes boring. You rehearse flow until struggle feels foreign. That's how you expand your threshold. Let's name one more thing. Quantum miracles don't mean your field is perfect. They mean your field is available. Available for timelines that defy your conditioning. Available for outcomes that your past couldn't predict. Available for alignment that doesn't require exhaustion. They are not the goal. They are the echo. And if you see one, feel one, experience one, that means collapse is working. Your old loop is losing traction. Your new frequency is taking hold. Your field is being seen, heard, matched. Let's close this. Miracles are not reserved. They're not rare. They're not exclusive. They are normal for the version of you who stays inside collapse. They are the natural consequence of identity sovereignty, and you're already there. Next, we explore the lives that have been radically shifted through collapse. Not stories, templates. Let's continue. You've felt the concepts. You've applied the practices. You've witnessed the glitches. Now it's time to make it undeniable. Not through theory, through demonstration. Because collapse isn't a personal anomaly. It's a pattern. One that, when stabilized, rewrites timelines across identity, finance, health, relationships, and expression. The point of what follows isn't inspiration. It's activation. These aren't motivational stories. They are templates, blueprints of energetic precision. Each one confirms the same truth. Once collapse is complete, reality has no choice but to rearrange. Let's begin with a case most people can relate to: emotional stagnation. A woman had been locked in a decade-long emotional loop. On the surface, functioning. But inside, bound to an old betrayal she never allowed herself to collapse. Years of journaling. Years of therapy. Still, the memory lived in her field. What changed everything? She stopped analyzing the wound. And instead, she collapsed the version of herself who formed around it. One sentence changed her signal. That event no longer earns airtime in my field. It does not define the texture of my now. The very next day, a shift. Not emotional, physical. A chronic chest pain she'd carried for years vanished. A strange lightness appeared. Within a week, the ex she hadn't spoken to in 5 years sent a message, not to rekindle, but to release. Total closure. No performance. No ritual. Just a collapse of identity resonance. Next, financial identity. A man conditioned by years of lack and survival loops. Always just scraping by. Always attracting clients who couldn't pay. Situations that stalled. Opportunities that collapsed midway. He believed it was strategy. He believed it was pricing. It wasn't. It was signal conflict. He was doing abundance with a field of insufficiency. The moment of collapse, I revoke my contract with scarcity. I will no longer earn through exhaustion or prove through overgiving. That week, 3 invoices paid that had been overdue for months. A new client, unsolicited, signed at double his previous rate. No ad campaign, no promotion, no hustle, just field alignment. Another, physical transformation. A woman who had tried every diet, every protocol, felt like her body was stuck in a timeline of heaviness, fatigue, and unresponsiveness. She realized her weight wasn't the issue. Her identity as someone who was always trying to change was. Her collapse statement? I no longer identify with struggle. I will not perform change. I will exist as already changed. She shifted her routine, not drastically, but energetically. Ate slower, moved gently, spoke lovingly to her body. No tension, no tracking, no hypervigilance. 6 weeks later, 18 pounds gone. But more than that, radiance. People commented on her glow, her presence, her calm, because the collapse wasn't on the scale. It was in her field. A different angle now, visibility. A man with immense skill, expert-level talent. But every time he tried to be seen, he sabotaged. Launched, then disappeared. Posted, then deleted. Started, then quit. He believed it was perfectionism. It wasn't. It was quantum loyalty to his previous invisibility. So we worked on one phrase. The world does not need to earn me. I release the identity that hides to feel safe. He began to show up without apology. Not louder, just cleaner. And within 2 weeks, a podcast request, a panel invitation, a client who said, "I don't know why, but your name kept popping into my mind." Field response. Because the universe doesn't care how hard you work, it mirrors who you are now. Final template, relational collapse. A woman kept repeating a pattern. Unavailable partners. Emotional starvation. Endings that mirrored each other almost identically. She tried boundaries. She tried dating differently. But nothing shifted until she made this declaration. I no longer audition for love. I collapse the version of me who tolerates breadcrumb connection. I demand resonance, or I stay full on my own. That weekend, she ended something mid-spiral. Not angrily, calmly. Her body shook, not from fear, but from release. The next month, a new person arrived. Unfamiliar to her nervous system. Not chaotic, but attuned. Not perfect, but present. That was the miracle. Not the partner. The calmness in her body that once screamed for proof. These are not outliers. These are not anomalies. These are consequences of collapse, of clean signal, of new quantum contracts. You're not meant to just understand this. You're meant to do this. And that means learning the architecture of these shifts. Which is next. Now that you've seen collapse in action, now that you've watched the field mirror new signals with surgical accuracy, let's decode the mechanics behind it all. Because none of those transformations were flukes. They all followed a pattern. We call it the collapse code. 5 ingredients. 5 energetic elements. Every quantum shift, big or small, includes each one. You don't have to wait for alignment. You can engineer it. Collapse becomes a replicable formula. Let's begin. 1. Identity interruption. Every reality is stabilized by who you think you are. Not who you aspire to be, but who your field believes you are right now. So collapse always starts with interrupting identity inertia. You ask, whose emotions am I still rehearsing? Which version of me is making this decision? What do I gain by staying in this role? Once exposed, you speak to collapse. I no longer maintain this version. I interrupt this signal. I choose again. This is not symbolic. It's literal. You are choosing a different version. And your body, your choices, must follow. 2. Frequency purification. The field doesn't respond to desires. It responds to consistency. So after interrupting old identity, you purify your signal. That means removing static, emotional residue from old stories, contradictory behaviors, wobbly declarations, self-negotiation. You're not trying to be perfect. You're being clear. Say, I purify my field of contradiction. I permit only what aligns with the identity I now stabilize. No conflict, no backdoors, no caveats. That's what locks the frequency in. 3. Emotional finality. Most people collapse mentally, but keep emotional fragments alive. They decide but don't feel done. Collapse requires emotional punctuation. This doesn't mean catharsis. It means closure. You say, this feeling has been honored. Now it's released. This loop has served. Now it's ended. This pattern is complete. I revoke its access. And you breathe. Let the frequency settle. Don't rush. Completion is subtle. It feels like stillness. Like your system stops seeking. That's when the loop is closed. 4. Field instruction. Now you speak to the field. Not to beg. Not to affirm. But to inform. You declare, I now operate from this signal. This is the reality I normalize. This is who I am. and what reflects me must update accordingly. You're not asking. You're configuring. The field isn't a genie. It's a mirror. It doesn't need your vision board. It needs your vibration. And vibration is shaped by clarity, not complexity. 5. Embodied reinforcement. Collapse is solidified by action, not massive moves. Small, high-fidelity behaviors that confirm the shift is real. Examples: speaking with a different cadence, saying no without explaining, moving your body with grounded certainty, spending money from sufficiency, not scarcity, pausing instead of reacting. Every move says, I believe myself now. I am not negotiating. And when your nervous system catches up, reality has no option but to reflect you. That's the collapse code. Interrupt, purify, close, instruct, reinforce. You can apply it to money, health, identity, relationships, creativity, emotional patterns, spiritual connection, public visibility. It works not because it's clever, but because it matches how the quantum field actually operates. Clean signal, unwavering posture, aligned behavior. This is how realities fall in line. And now that you have the code, it's time to test it. For real. In your life. With structure. That's next. You've learned the science. You've applied the rituals. You've seen the signals. You've studied the patterns. Now it's time to stop studying. It's time to collapse forward. Not in theory. Not in concept. In your life. Welcome to the 21-day Collapse Challenge. Not a self-help sprint. Not a test of discipline. This is about quantum authority. You're going to shift timelines. Not by waiting for the universe to prove it, but by becoming undeniable to it. Your identity, your field, and your choices will now converge. For 21 days, you will operate as the version of yourself whose past is not allowed to speak anymore. You will collapse the emotional residue. You will interrupt neural drag. You will reject spiritual performance. And you will stabilize a new vibrational blueprint. One that replaces the question of change with the structure of change. Here's how it works. The 21-day Collapse Challenge is a nonlinear identity reconfiguration. Meaning, the goal is not consistency, it's congruence. Each day, you will complete 5 components. Each takes less than 20 minutes. Each one activates one layer of your field. Together, they form a total collapse reinforcement loop. Let's map them out. Declaration, body proof, field disruption, emotional clearing, night signal. You will do these every single day, without negotiation. Let's break each one down. 1. Declaration. Begin every morning with one spoken sentence. No journaling, no explaining, no visualizing, just command. Examples. I collapse the version of me who tolerates delay. I revoke access to any pattern that echoes scarcity. My future no longer requests permission. I stabilize the field of certainty and embodied worth. Speak it. Own it. Say it before you look at a single screen or speak to another human. This locks your identity before the world suggests another one. 2. Body proof. Every day, complete one small act that confirms. I no longer operate under the old signal. Examples. Move your body in a way the old version avoided. Wear something that matches your next self. Say something out loud you used to withhold. Choose silence when chaos would have emerged. Eat like the future version of you lives now. This is how the nervous system updates. Through contradiction of old patterns. It doesn't need evidence. It needs an experience. 3. Field disruption. At one point each day, interrupt your timeline. That means do something unexpected, not for results, but to shock the field. Examples. Call someone you usually avoid. Post a truth that terrifies you. Cancel a meeting that drains you. Leave a space that feels contracted. Spend money in a way that honors your expansion. This is about breaking quantum inertia. The field cannot ignore contradiction. Disrupt, then stabilize. 4. Emotional clearing. Every evening, you will close loops energetically. This prevents uncollapsed frequencies from leaking into the next day. Here's the protocol. Sit in silence for 5 minutes. Ask, where did I wobble today? Speak aloud. I collapsed the version of me who responded that way. Say, I extract all energy I gave unconsciously and return it now. Breathe. Feel the field clear. This is daily hygiene for your timeline. 5. Night signal. Right before bed, one final act. Speak one future frequency as if it's now. Examples. Everything is already aligned. My energy is trusted by the field. Support arrives without asking. I sleep in a timeline that honors me. Then sleep. Let the subconscious rehearse your new normal. You are training your vibrational signature to become stable enough to collapse time. That's it. 5 actions. Daily. For 21 days. No journaling. No spiritual bypass. No performance. Just collapse, reinforcement, and quantum recalibration. This is not about change, it's about choice. Collapse is not something you wait for. It's something you install. Every day you complete this challenge, the field will respond. Not because it favors you, but because you finally matched the frequency of favor. And if it wobbles, we have that covered too. Because when you collapse, your old self will scream. That's next. The moment collapse begins to hold, the field starts to bend. The new frequency gets louder. Your past will panic. Not because it's powerful, but because it's dying. And it will use every tool it has left. Urgency, shame, nostalgia, doubt, distraction, false logic, emotional bait. This isn't a test. It's not sabotage. It's resistance. And it's predictable, which means you can prepare for it without confusion or collapse. Here's the foundational truth. When you shift timelines, you invalidate entire neural structures. Your brain's old routes of thinking, predicting, and reacting go into disarray. And your ego doesn't like being demoted, so it tries to reassert control by offering old interpretations. This won't last. That person's going to leave. You're making this up. You're being arrogant. Better not get too comfortable. Every single one is an attempt to reinstall the old frequency. Your job isn't to debate these thoughts. Your job is to say, I recognize this voice. I no longer answer to it. Let's explore the 5 most common resistance symptoms and how to neutralize them. 1. Emotional backlash. After a few days of alignment, joy, or clarity, you may suddenly feel grief, rage, or emptiness. Don't interpret it as failure. It's emotional detox. Your nervous system is ejecting residue that no longer has a timeline to attach to. Let it pass without a story. You say, this is my field emptying. I do not negotiate with ghosts. 2. Urgency rebounds. You'll suddenly feel the need to fix something. Reach out to an ex. Launch a new thing. Defend yourself. Prove something. Buy something out of panic. Pause. You're not actually responding to the moment. You're being pulled back by identity inertia. Collapse is stabilized by non-reaction. You say, if this impulse is born from fear, I collapse it. I choose patience over panic. 3. Identity doubt. You'll feel like you're pretending, like you're faking confidence, like you're overreaching. That's ego flinching from unfamiliarity. You're not faking. You're training. This is an imposter syndrome. It's neural dissonance. You say, I'm not performing. I'm practicing my new default. 4. External mirror distortions. People around you may act strangely. They may pull away, become reactive, or project. This is because your collapse threatens their loop. They don't want to lose the version of you that made them comfortable. Don't regress to soothe others. You say, I will not slow my frequency to match someone else's comfort zone. 5. Success guilt. When things begin to align, when ease becomes the norm, when joy shows up without struggle, you may feel guilt, especially if others are still in loops. Or if you've always believed that ease is earned. Collapse challenges those beliefs. This guilt is not truth. It's residue. You say, ease is not selfish. Alignment serves everyone. When these symptoms show up, it's not proof you're regressing. It's proof you're collapsing successfully. And the key is holding your field. That's next. Collapse isn't hard. Holding it is. You've already seen how the past pushes back, how your field gets tested, how the old timeline gets louder as it loses relevance. This teaching is your firewall, your energetic anchoring, your response to every wave of discomfort, noise, temptation, and regression. Because collapse is not an event, it's a stance. And if you can hold that stance, even when nothing around you validates it, you become non-negotiable. You stop performing change. You start living it. Here's what no one tells you. Most people don't relapse because they change their mind. They relapse because the emotional intensity of the old timeline becomes too familiar to resist. It's not logic. It's not failure. It's gravitational pull. When you're collapsing one identity and haven't fully integrated the next, you exist in a liminal zone. In this zone, nothing is stable. You're between signals. Your environment still reflects the past, but your body is beginning to host the future. This is when most people flinch, not because it's too hard, but because it's quiet. No drama, no chase, no dopamine rush, just silence. And that silence feels like death to the ego. That's where collapse either holds or fractures. So how do you hold? 3 anchors. 1. Nervous system regulation. 2. Environmental coherence. 3. Repetition of truth without external proof. Let's walk through each one. 1. Nervous system regulation. When you're holding collapse, your system is operating with minimal precedent, which means your body will misinterpret the unfamiliar as danger. You're not unsafe. You're just unrecognized. That's the key distinction. The fix is not to ground into what's real. It's to ground into what's chosen. When the old feeling floods your body, say, this discomfort is not proof. It's residue. I can sit with it and still not comply. Use breath. Use stillness. Use contrast. Go slow. Go quiet. Let the nervous system stabilize the new without retreating to the old. This is how you recalibrate your safety baseline. 2. Environmental coherence. You can't hold collapse in environments built to reaffirm your past self. Your spaces matter. Your language matters. Your sensory inputs matter. What you surround yourself with either stabilizes your collapse or reactivates your inertia. Audit your environment. Who do you speak to daily? What do you allow into your field before bed? Does your workspace match the identity you've collapsed into? Does your phone reflect the new timeline or the old? Remove static. Inject symbols of stability. These don't have to be expensive or dramatic. Even one phrase on a wall that says, collapse is complete, can serve as a reorientation anchor. You are constantly being reconditioned by your surroundings, so make sure they're not gaslighting your evolution. 3. Repetition of truth without external proof. This is the final edge. Your old life demanded evidence before identity. The collapsed version of you speaks truth before anything confirms it. You are not waiting for people to validate your transformation. You are not adjusting your signal to match reactions. You are not asking the field to prove itself daily. You are the proof. Say it daily. I do not wobble. I do not chase. I hold and reality adjusts. This is the moment your field becomes unflippable. It's the moment your past stops negotiating. It's the moment people feel your coherence before they hear your words. It's the moment the field echoes you, not because you earned it, but because you finally matched it. Let's close this with one truth. If you can hold collapse for 72 hours without contradiction, you will watch your reality begin to reconfigure. Not because time passed, but because your field didn't flinch. That's the power of holding. But even holding has limits, unless you've got the right tools. Let's build your survival kit next. You're not weak. You're not confused. You're not failing. You're just unarmed. Collapse isn't about willpower. It's about having the right tools to stabilize your signal when the world doesn't yet reflect your choice. This chapter is your field survival kit. Not for spiritual emergencies, not for crises, for daily stabilization. Because once collapse begins, the friction of reentry attempts will come. Your tools determine whether you wobble or weld. These aren't hacks. They're not rituals. They're quantum levers. Let's open the kit. Tool number 1, the no-response response. When people pull you into old loops through questions, projections, doubt, or bait, you don't need to argue. You use silence, but not avoidance. Precision silence. Say nothing. Let your frequency respond. Let your absence of reaction speak louder than explanation. You say silently, I've collapsed this identity. It no longer answers to that frequency. This is not passivity. It's quantum sovereignty. Tool number 2, future state embodiment. When the field glitches, and it will, your nervous system will seek familiar ground. Instead of collapsing backward, move into pre-scheduled embodiment. Choose one activity every day that your old self never did, but your new self normalizes. Examples: sit in silence without a phone. Write a boundary email immediately, not later. Speak with zero tonality apology. Walk like the version of you that owns the room. Spend from sufficiency, not calculation. These are not symbolic. They're instructional. They remind your field. This is who we are now. Tool number 3, collapse contract. Write a 3-line collapse contract and keep it visible. It should contain the identity you've collapsed, the version you are becoming, the field instruction. Example: I've collapsed the identity of overgiving and delay. I operate as a sovereign creator of instant reality. I authorize my field to mirror only coherence. This contract is not for affirmation. It's for alignment. Read it in the morning. Read it during resistance. Read it when you want to flinch. It centers your field instantly. Tool number 4, energetic cut ritual. Sometimes energy lingers. People, thoughts, stories, contracts. When that happens, you use this tool. Close your eyes. Say, I cut this energy from my field. I collapse the thread that connects me to it. It no longer exists here. Then exhale. Let it go. You don't need permission. You don't need closure. You don't need mutual understanding. You only need authority. This tool clears quantum residue. Tool number 5, collapse check-in alarm. Set an alarm on your phone 3 times a day. Label it. Where's my field wobbling? No guilt. No correction. Just awareness. The act of noticing is often enough to restore coherence. When you identify the wobble, say, I correct this frequency now. I re-enter my chosen timeline. This tool is less about what's wrong, more about real-time self-recognition. Tool number 6, collapse breath. When your thoughts speed up, or fear spikes, or people start mirroring the old field, pause. Breathe in for 6 seconds. Hold for 3. Exhale for 9. Do it 3 times. Then say, I collapse this adrenaline. I return to baseline frequency. Collapse breath is not for calm. It's for command. Tool number 7, field flip phrase. You will need a one-liner to speak out loud the moment doubt creeps in. This becomes your override. Examples: that's not my story. That no longer runs my field. I don't answer to that timeline. This is the moment I shift. This is a neural and vibrational interrupt. Not to pretend, to pivot. Keep these tools visible. On your desk, in your phone, on your wall, in your mirror. Collapse doesn't reward theory. It responds to energetic practice. And when your field is filled with tools instead of fears, you stop trying to survive the shift, and you start owning it. Now that you've been equipped, the question is no longer how. It's when, because the field is waiting, and the full picture comes together. Now, there's only one field. Not yours, not theirs, not a spiritual one and a separate physical one. Just one. Everything you've been calling manifestation, alignment, or timeline jumping. It's all happening in this one, seamless, indivisible quantum field. And it's not deciding between options. It's not judging whether you're worthy. It's not calculating whether you're ready. It's waiting for you to become undeniably clear. Not intellectually, energetically. Once your field becomes consistent, the universal field reflects it. Every single time. No exceptions. No mystical delays. No arbitrary holding periods. The delay isn't on the cosmic side. It's on yours. This is hard to accept for some, because it means no more excuses. You can no longer say, maybe it's not the right time. Maybe the universe is teaching me patience. Maybe it's still aligning. All of those are elegant ways of saying, I haven't collapsed the old signal fully. This chapter ends that. You now understand how the field works. You know what it responds to. The only question is, are you willing to hold a frequency that no longer allows your past to enter your future? Let's get specific. When people say, the universe hasn't answered me yet, what they're really saying is, I haven't broadcast a coherent signal long enough without contradiction. Because the field is automatic. It doesn't require proof of your worth. It requires proof of your frequency consistency. That's it. That's the entire model of quantum manifestation. Coherent field, inevitable reflection. Incoherent field, partial reflection. Static, delay, confusion. Let's zoom in on what coherence actually looks like. Your thoughts don't argue with your emotions. Your emotions don't betray your decisions. Your behaviors don't contradict your declarations. Your identity isn't secretly loyal to the past. Your language doesn't rehearse powerlessness. Your imagination doesn't fantasize about things you won't embody. When all of those align, you've reached collapse. And once collapse is sustained, the field can't help but reorganize. This is not a motivational metaphor. It's mechanical, like tuning a radio frequency. Once the dial is stable, the station becomes clear. The field is the same. Once your inner broadcast stabilizes, the outer picture must conform. Let's go deeper. The illusion of waiting, the sense that things are almost here, comes from one thing: micro-resistance. The 5% of you that's still hoping instead of expecting. The 2% of your body that's still holding the breath of disappointment. The 8% of your inner world that's rehearsing, what if this doesn't work? Collapse cannot occur in a fractured signal, which means collapse is not about addition. It's about removal. You don't have to do more. You have to stop scattering your energy. The field is already configured to deliver. But if your broadcast includes hope, fear, doubt, apology, shame, nostalgia, guilt, and effort, the signal gets jammed. And when the signal gets jammed, the future stalls. Not because it isn't real, but because the present isn't clear enough to receive it. So what do? You simplify. You subtract anything that contradicts the identity you're choosing. You collapse. Past-based decisions, emotionally charged memories, energy-draining habits, unspoken apologies, self-negotiating thoughts, and you replace them with stillness. Stillness is not passivity. Stillness is the absence of contradiction. When your field is still, it's precise. And when your field is precise, the future becomes unavoidable. That's what you're being asked to realize. Your future is not some distant reward. It's a reflection, waiting for you to become still enough to see it. So if you've made it here, stop tweaking. Stop performing. Stop asking for signs. The signs are waiting on you. This one field doesn't respond to emotion. It responds to instruction. And the instruction is not what you say out loud. It's what your frequency refuses to contradict. This is the final alignment. And it's not a thought. It's a signal. Next, you step inside it. Not tomorrow. Now, let's walk into your next reality with eyes open. You're done chasing timelines. You're done trying to visualize harder. You're done needing more proof. Now you become the signal. Because your future is not imagined. It's waiting, uncollapsed, in field of possibilities. And the only way to reach it is to bring it here. This chapter is your entry point. Not through thought, through vision collapse. Let's be clear. Vision collapse is not visualization. It's frequency synchronization. You're not pretending. You're not creating fake images. You're not scripting. You're stepping into a version of you that already knows. And once you feel it, you don't let go. Not for comfort. Not for nostalgia. Not even for reality. Let's build it now. Step 1, build the frame. Close your eyes. Stand or sit still. Ask, what version of me has already stabilized the future I say I want? Don't force it. Let the image, or more accurately, the feeling rise. This is not imagination. This is field memory. because the future exists as a potential wave, and your field already remembers how it feels. Breathe. Don't ask for details. Ask for texture. What does the version of you feel like in their body? What decisions feel obvious to them? How does time move for them? What does their silence contain? What do they no longer think about? This is how you find a frequency. And the moment you find it, you collapse everything else. Say silently, I see them. I feel them. They are me. Collapses now. Step 2, walk with it. Once the feeling is stabilized, you don't move from it. You walk around your room, slowly. You do your next task, as them. You text as them. You eat as them. You respond as them. The goal is not to perform. The goal is to make the signal so real that the field can no longer distinguish between future and present. Because when it can't tell the difference, it delivers. Step 3. Withdraw all other signals. You collapse the old field by refusing to emit any contradiction. This means no checking the timeline, no waiting for proof, no scanning for reactions, no explaining your behavior, no rehearsing the past for comfort. Vision collapse works only if the vision becomes singular. You are not a seeker now. You are a broadcaster, and the field is listening. Step 4. Reinforce daily until normal. You don't collapse a vision once. You do it until it's no longer special. The moment the new identity feels boring, you've stabilized it. Because boredom isn't disinterest, it's ownership. Say out loud, I no longer need to be impressed by my future. I live it. This is the ultimate sign of integration. Not excitement, not thrill, familiarity. When the new version of you is no longer a high, it's your baseline. That's when collapse is final. Let's clarify something important. You are not visualizing a better life. You are feeling the reality of the collapsed you that already lives there. This is not future casting. This is field locking. You are not the audience. You are the frequency center. And once your center is set, the outer aligns. Not gradually, quantumly. This isn't magic. This is how signal physics works. We close this chapter with one request. After today, no more rehearsing the future. Only signal. Only frequency. Only embodiment. Because now, you are not becoming someone. You are being someone. Collapse has happened, which means there's only one final truth left to claim. And it arrives now. You've been asking when. You've been wondering how. You've been waiting for permission, timing, clarity, alignment, confirmation. But the only real question has always been, who are you choosing to be now? Not tomorrow. Not when it all makes sense. Not once the old self quiets down. Now. Because the quantum field doesn't care about your intentions. It doesn't respond to your wish list. It's not moved by your doubt or hesitation or effort. It mirrors the one thing that never lies. Your chosen identity. By now, you've seen the architecture. You've watched how your field was built, not by logic, but by repetition. You've dismantled the scaffolding of your past, brick by brick. You've unhooked emotional charges. You've withdrawn from inherited stories. You've stepped out of identities that were surviving your trauma, not designing your timeline. You've stopped seeking collapse as an event. You've become collapse itself. That is the final truth. You are not waiting on anything, because nothing out there is separate from you. The universe doesn't give timelines. It delivers echoes, and those echoes now carry your signal. Not the signal of someone who hopes, but the signature of someone who has remembered. So let's speak it plainly. The collapsed you no longer negotiates with memory, doesn't ask others to understand before choosing, has no need to replay, relive, explain, or defend, isn't addicted to becoming because they are finally being, doesn't perform sovereignty, they embody it, doesn't chase time, they bend it, doesn't wait on miracles, they walk inside them. You have collapsed into that version, which means your field is no longer in rehearsal. It is in transmission. You've become a fixed point in a formally unstable signal, and that makes you magnetic, not to a single goal, but to a reality stream. A stream that matches you, not your intentions, your fantasies, or your hopes, but your now. There's no grand finale. There's no mystical climax. There's only identity in action, choice in motion, field in coherence. And that is more powerful than any event-based transformation. Because once you understand that the field never wavers, you realize something breathtaking. The only variable left is you. So let's get precise one last time. Here's how you keep your field in alignment long after the series ends. You no longer react to memories that contradict your current self. You speak only from a frequency of what has already arrived. You move through every space as if you are already the match. You no longer revisit old wounds unless the visit clears them. You stay unshaken even when others forget who you are. You protect your field like your life depends on it. Because it does. You don't rehearse doubt. You interrupt it with stillness. You don't request the next step. You act as if it's already underfoot. That is how collapse becomes your baseline. That is how timelines flip without drama. That is how quantum coherence becomes lifestyle, not effort. And that is how the universe, the one field, the mirrored matrix, becomes not your provider, but your partner. Let's close where we began. The universe is not waiting for the stars to align. It's not watching your effort and tallying your attempts. It's not holding your destiny hostage until you meditate enough. It's waiting on one thing, a stable signal, one that says, without flinch, without apology, without delay, this is who I am now. Collapse is complete. You are that signal. You are the instruction. You are the activation point for the new matrix. You are the interruption to inertia. You are the unmissable broadcast that rewrites the field. You are not waiting on the universe. The universe has been waiting on you. Now collapse and watch it arrive. All of it, exactly as chosen, exactly on time, because you are the time, and you've already arrived. Collapse complete. Transmission stable. Timeline received. Reality shifted. End of delay. You may now begin.